there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are
President, I know you're a clever man. Please, can you tell me in words I'll understand? No mother on earth wants to lose her own child out on some cold battlefield. So why must soldiers go marching in rank and file and terrorize and murder? I'm asking you once more. Tell me what war is for. Mr. President, I know I'm only 9, but I'm frightened in a forest of missiles, tanks, and mines. You tell me to run for shelter whenever the sirens blow. Well, my life is put in danger for reasons I don't know, and the lives of all the others. Do you hear the babies cry while fire bombs and rockets rain down from the sky? They stand there face to face and could be friends instead. But before they give each other a chance, they shoot each other dead. Come on, how dumb is that? Tell me what war is for. And did you ask all the billions of people all around the globe if war was ever gonna help them to ease their heavy load? Or did you just ask your cronies how much money they all could make to adorn their wives with jewelry while sowing the seeds of hate? Or is it still about religion and which God rules above? If there is or there isn't a heaven, I thought that the message was love. Or are there any other reasons for causing so much pain? Well, I guess that I'm just too young, and I'll understand in a while. I guess I'm still too young. 'Cause I'm just
Good morning, everyone. So welcome to day 2 of GTPS. Did you sleep well? Did you eat well? Were you exhausted? All right. You're very, very welcome again. A lot of people today have problems traveling, especially from South Bombay and Dadar, because of the Ambedkar Punya Jayanti, and they may not come, but we have all 50 here, I think, with us. So let's start. All right. And Nina, over to you.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to day 2 of the GTPS 2024. We're going to start our session with a very special guest, someone who's flown in all the way from Luxembourg to be with us today, Ms. Sophie Ladonner. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. While I was speaking to her a few seconds ago, when I asked her, what is it that you would like to be told about you? The one aspect that you would like to be highlighted? These are her own words, and I quote her, that she's been working in the inner development space to impact the SDGs. Sophie has a master's degree in language acquisition from the University of Grenoble, France, She has acquired a brain-based coaching certification from Neuro Leadership Institute and a designing learning certification from the Association for Talent Development. She's a dynamic professional with over 20 years of international experience in training, coaching, and teaching. She thrives best when she is designing, developing, and delivering innovative, outcome-based, and experiential learning solutions. She has created an integrative approach to inquiry called Mindgility. I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly. My apologies if I haven't. Focused on enhancing cognitive flexibility, social, and emotional intelligence. We will soon discover that she has a gift for languages. She is proficient in French, English, Spanish. Her key skills are learning design and program assessment, expertise in learning how to learn and understand behavioral approaches, brain-based coaching, and outcome-based trainings. She has strong leadership and communication skills. She has worked with the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and she has developed intercultural training programs managing a team of 18 teachers. She has created online courses and established quality indicators to evaluate trainers and courses and has designed educational materials and trained trainers for professional development. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, to our city, to our country.
Thank you so much for this beautiful presentation, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How is your brain doing today? Is it like this, or chatty and all over the place? Who's got an all over the place brain? Oh, join the club. Because I got really excited to be here. Who's got a peaceful brain, a peaceful mind? Oh, so it's going to be helpful. Thank you. Who has an amazing heart beating right now? Who's like me going, oh, so exciting? And who's like, I'm okay, feeling peaceful in my heart? What about in your body? Who's like ready to move? And who's like, I don't want to move? Raise your hand if you don't want to move so that I can spot you. Who's really willing to give it a go? Because today is going to be a very different session with some movement, but also some moments of quietness and calm. Are you okay with this? Okay, great. Everybody? Cool, fantastic. But before I start, I would like to introduce Ritu from a global network I'm part of. It's a special, I think it's a special global network called the Inner Development Goals. And we never met. Only this week, Ritu and I met. Isn't this beautiful? Only online, the global network gets together and talk about how we can really bring the sustainable goals more or be more impactful. So this is a beautiful framework that really brings on this possibility to impact the sustainable goals, okay? So, let me see what we're going to do. We're going to do something in 3 different steps. I love talking, but I'm not going to talk, because otherwise you're going to be sleeping. So first, I will be, in a way, making you move a little bit, if that's okay. Then I will introduce you the approach I will be using. And then you will have a little movie, a clip, a really small, short video that introduces the approach, and then a real experience. Are you all right with that? It's an experience you can bring back in your field, in your arena, even for you, because you might be thinking, what is Sophie saying, really? Okay, so I think Ritu, if that's okay, maybe I have this phone with me because I took some notes so that I don't talk too much. Do you see what I mean? I have highlighted a few things. So in 2 seconds, when I say go, I'd love you to stand, if that's okay. Go. We're going to have a landing practice. Can you hear me all the way back there? Yes, fantastic. So I'm going to ask you to stand with your feet hip width apart, knees soft, and arms relaxed. You can close your eyes or lower your gaze. Take a deep breath in. Feel rooted through your feet. And open through your chest, ready to move. Begin shifting your weight side to side. Letting your arms swing naturally. Gradually expand the movement, letting your hips trace a figure 8 motion. Visualize peace flowing through your body like a gentle wave, rising from your feet and moving outward with each sway. Transition into a slow, very slow, deliberate walk in place. Very slow. Focusing on the rhythm of your steps. With each step, let your arms flow gently outward as you step, as though you're spreading the flow of peace around you. After a few steps, I'd like you to pause. Bring your hands to your heart and make small circular motions with your palms, symbolizing the flow within. Take one final breath. And whenever you feel comfortable, you can open your eyes. And whenever you want, you can sit back comfortably on your chair. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this landing practice with me. Thank you. So maybe we can open the PowerPoint. Before, I just would like to say that the work I've been doing for over 25 years is around, in fact, cognitive, social, emotional work. And today I'm actually presenting you something very special that I created for Dr. Kumi, because my choice is really special. It's from a person called Arawana Hayashi, a Japanese dancer, choreographer, educator. But I will tell you all about it in a second. We're going to explore how we can express this embodiment work, at school. Whether we are being with children who need some help or children who don't. Small and big children, adults, anybody, okay? All right, so we can move forward. Yeah. So this is what we did. We did this flow piece moment. So another one, the next part. I'm just going to stop talking sometimes so that you have time to read. Because if I talk and speak, you can't really read, isn't it? Okay, so I'll give you just a few seconds to read. Maybe you find it really difficult to pronounce the French name, isn't it? Maybe Deborah can help. Deborah speaks perfect French down there. So I'm just going to read it to you. Maurice Merleau-Ponty is a philosopher, and he actually is very well known in the work of phenomenology. Phenomenology. I don't know if you know what it is. What a word. It's about learning, studies around consciousness and experience. So what he says here, in fact, in a very big nutshell, it's that the body, so let me just give you just my little sentences. He argues that the body, okay, is the primary way through which we perceive, interact with, and make sense of the world. That's true, isn't it? We think it comes from the brain, but we actually move and then make sense of the world before it goes into the brain. I don't know what you think about this, but it comes from here first. And this is what he says. It's a bridge to, between us and the world. It is this embodied experience that shapes our interactions and reality. So I wanted to tell you this. And that's how we make sense of that world. So in a way, what you have to remember is that before we think, before we conceptualize, we feel, we move. I mean, when we go from one place to another one, do we calculate? No, we just do it. I came here and I knew you'd be here. I knew it would be a warm welcome because this is how we are in the world. Yeah? So we're going to do movements inwards and outwards. One more little speech and I stop talking, okay? Slide number 2. So again, I stop talking, you have time to read. Can you all see? When I met Arawana Hayashi in Berlin, I completely fell in love with her work. She is a very small, yet about my size, woman, and she walks in a very calm way, yet very firm. You feel that she's in her back. Does that make sense? She's really holding the space. I was so impressed because I'm very much in my head. So I thought, that's a work I need to do. So I thought I could share it with you. So she is part of the Theory U, which is a framework that really brings on, so that if you want to know more about it, that brings on this embodiment reality of emerging possibilities. I think that could be how we could say it, isn't it? And so the concept of open heart, open mind, open will is extremely important. What would that be? So open mind, in fact, is trying not to be too judgmental. We all are as humans, isn't it? So what we do here is that we suspend judgment. We don't make too many assumptions. We embrace curiosity. Any idea of how we could do this? What would you say? Any idea? What would be one thing we could start with? Staying in presence. What else could we do? Absolutely.
Meditation.
Yes, absolutely. What about? Yeah, listening deeply. So I wrote down active listening, even asking open-ended questions. We could do this because that's how we can grow and innovate. Now, what about open heart? Open heart is the capacity to actually empathize and connect with others on an emotional level. How can we do this? How do we do this? Yes! I forgot that I was in India. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So I wrote down even practicing compassion. Mindfulness, being mindful in the interactions with everybody. The last one, open will. This is a very important part. Open will is the willingness to let go of old identities, attachments, fears. Oh my gosh, fears. Interesting. I was fearful when I arrived in India. I had to let go. And thanks to Ritu, I let go. Even though I have been, in Asia. Yeah, I went many times ago. So that's the open will. That's it. How do we do that? How do we actually take on board this open will? How do we do that?
Possibilities.
Yes, open to any possibilities. Yes, basically open-minded.
Giving your ego the back seat.
I love that. Yes. Absolutely. Letting go, being okay with what's happening, with uncertainty. Oh, yes. See, I don't need this anymore.
Valuing history, so it's not knowing.
Not knowing, this joy of not knowing, something special.
Following daily activities and everything without thinking of the end result of this.
Wow, I love that. You'd have to come. Thank you. Can I bring you back to Luxembourg so that you share this? Fantastic. That's exactly what it is. All right. So now I'm just going to give you I'm going to show you a small video that will introduce Arawana Hayashi and her work. And what I'm doing today for you is an inspiration of her work. I use her work in my own work called Mindgility, and I completely designed this session for peace and around peace. But she works around being stuck. So you can do this when you're stuck. We're all stuck sometimes, right? Yeah, that happens. So I stop talking, I'll show you a video, and then we will go into an experience, I should say. Okay. All good so far? I haven't lost your attention yet? Good. It's a video in English and there are subtitles, so you'll be able to. Yes. It's the Video. What does that mean? Oh, you can't. Ah, it's in photo. Oh, that's too bad. Because there should be a video. Yes, this is it. Yeah, but can you? Maybe there's a link. Do you think you could show the link?
I've done a link in Word.
Yeah.
I've created a link in Word as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Just copy this.
Yeah. This is the long one, the long part. So I'm going to show you how to make it shorter. Except if you want the
we
big.
can copy paste the link.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries.
Yeah. We always find solutions with Dr. Kumi. You can actually breathe. And take that time. Who has ever heard of the social presencing theatre? Is it the first time you hear about it? Can you raise your hand? First time? Okay, fantastic. All right. Are you wondering what it is? Any ideas of what it could be? What kind of work could it be? Any idea? Oh, how to present presence in every movement? Oh, I like that. What a great definition here. And what could it be like or feel like or look like? Any idea? Oh, I'm going to stop talking. Maybe we do not. Can I? Because otherwise it's too big. Well, in a way, if we want. Oh, here we go. Okay. Because I don't want the whole thing.
As complex as actually the system itself, but it's a kind of microcosm of something that we actually can look at and investigate.
I had really been challenged with this systems change work, and social presencing theater allowed me to better understand systems, and not only where things are free-flowing within a system, but also where they're stuck.
As we integrate more of the learning that comes from the body, which is usually intangible or tacit knowing, students can access emotions, sensations, and integrate their learning in meaningful ways.
It can be a different kind of knowledge. When you move, it's fresh and new. You don't know what you're going to do, the next step.
When I saw the work with the students in Los Angeles, it was really interesting to be with them at the beginning of the day and to sense how nervous they were.
But I was really surprised that majority of the kids, almost all of the kids, really took it on and were actually committed to doing the different moves.
And then how quickly it became something that they really wanted to do, and they wanted to be able to engage in that way and express themselves in that way.
I didn't think I would like this, but after actually going through this process, this is something that is very beneficial, because it's like, hey, let's take a break and let's reconnect with ourselves.
If I work with a class with movement exercises, it's very clear to me that they are much more together as a group, much more relaxed, and that they are very safe in the group.
Bringing in programs like social presencing theater, I think it's another tool that we can use to create a space for kids to be safe and to work through some of the issues that they're facing that make it hard for them to learn. If we don't address that, then it's going to be hard to get to 100% graduation rate.
Bringing this kind of mindfulness and art into the school system is critical now. It's critical. I mean, missing that would be missing the next step of evolution.
There, it's beautiful, isn't it? You can watch the whole video if we want. Maybe Dr. Kumi, you can share. This is a brilliant. You will see in India and in if I remember well, in Sweden and in the US, the work that they're doing is absolutely phenomenal. So please do not hesitate to watch it. whenever you want. I didn't want to bring you the whole video to show you the whole video. So this is Arawana Hayashi, and we will be trying or experiencing what it is. What is social presencing theatre? Are you okay with this? Who's feeling a little awkward, not sure? Oh, still not sure. Good. Okay. So we're going to show you. Thank you. So you can go back to, yeah. So this is how it's going to work. Number one, we will start with a very short body scan, the connection between body, breath, and space around us. Okay, that's how we're going to do it. And then we're going to do a sculpture. Some people here are thinking, a sculpture? Yes, a sculpture with your body, and I will show you what it is like. So we're going to do a sculpture around peace as a movement. What would your flow of peace feel like? What did you see? What did you feel? What did you do? That's going to be, in your little group, the questions you will ask. Okay? I will go step by step again. I'm showing you a whole overview of the experience. Okay? Number 3, we're going to do sculpture 2. And sculpture 2 is, in theory, what we call the emerging future. Something that is emerging. And it's going to be about sensing peace together. So again, what will be peace together as a movement? What will you do? What will you feel? What will you see? Those are the 3 questions always to ask. And you speak about what you feel. I feel, I see. Okay, I do. And then we'll have a little reflection time, alone and in the group. And in the big group, we'll share our actions. Because here, for Dr. Kumi, this summit is from words to action. So what can we do with this? Could you implement it in your classroom? What would you need to implement it? What's missing? What's here? What's present? Anything, any actions. All good? Great. All right, so step by step, I will guide you, okay? That's just an overview. Are you feeling better?
Now it's clearer.
Aha, good. Who's still wondering what could be a sculpture like? Yeah. So maybe even before going into the step-by-step, I could show you maybe my sculpture, okay? So this is the sculpture at this moment in time. Yesterday with Ritu, I had another sculpture. I don't know what's going to happen, okay? So that's my sculpture of peace, my peace. Your sculpture might be different. Okay? And if you feel like closing your eyes, like I did, you can. You can keep closing your eyes till you stop, okay? I'll guide you anyway when we're there, okay? Perfect. So we're going to have just a quick body scan. So again, if you feel like sitting, you can stay seated, but it's movement. So if you want to stand, you can stand. Feel and do whatever you want. So if you want to close your eyes, You can. If you don't want to, you just bring your gaze down. Can you please feel your feet on the floor? Feel your toes spread on the floor. Can you feel your legs, your left leg, your right leg, your hip, can you feel your body, your belly? Can you sense your breath in your belly? Can you feel your shoulders? Your neck? Your head? Can you feel the connection between your body, the breath, and the space around you? You can move a little bit with your upper body, and whenever you feel like it, you can open your eyes again. Wiggle your toes, wiggle your feet. Move your neck. And whenever you feel like it, you can open your eyes. Fantastic. Thank you. All right, so we keep going on the journey. Next slide. So it's not about acting. It's not acting. It's about just being in the body. Okay? So we're going to sense peace in our body. We're going to do it within groups. Maybe groups around your table, or what would you say? Is it okay? Yeah, I think so. So group of 4, group of 3, you do it together. So you might have to stand whenever, okay? And the idea here is to do it individually. Each of you do the sculpture, the others watch. You stay a few seconds, 5, 10 seconds, and then you stop. Then the second person shows the sculpture. 5, 10 seconds, till the whole group has shown the sculpture. You don't talk, you just watch. You're here, you're present. And then you can talk. Then you can say what you saw, what you felt, what you did. About 10 to 15 minutes in the group. Is that okay? Did you get the steps? Great. So you may rise, go ahead, and you can start. I will come around.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Back together. I usually tend to go 3, 2, 1. Do you do that in the classroom? Or you clap? I do that. But did you have this feeling that the body knew? Yeah. Isn't this a very simple yet deep way of knowing? Yeah? Just a few questions. Who had a kind of insight like, oh, interesting, I didn't know I could do this? Or nobody? Ah. And whenever, for the youth, whenever you feel something, or whenever you're worried, angry, or scared about even studying, stop and feel and create this sculpture. Because the sculpture will tell you what to do. And there's one more thing. The sculpture knows before you even think about it. So you can find your answer in a very simple way. Does that make sense?
I'd love to say something.
Absolutely.
I don't believe in any kind of dichotomies between mind and heart and all of that. We are essentially one, and we're connected with everyone and everything in the cosmos. So I have always felt that, but I have always felt that I work with my mind. This is a time when I felt that I would not try and think of an image before I did it. But to be very honest, I already had a visual of it before I did it. So is that right? Is that wrong?
I love that question, because that's the question I asked Arawana Hayashi. Because I said, I'm always here. I feel. But like you, I don't think there's any dichotomy. But apparently, even though I'm from Europe, everything was, around what's going on in the brain. Says, yes. So we all start somewhere, she said. We all start somewhere. So start wherever. But the visual is okay to start with. If one day you just go without the visual, then that's another way of doing it. But the more you do this work, the less it will start here, and the more it will be here. But wherever you start, I loved her answer, wherever you start, that's where you need to start. But in a way, maybe, who did the same? Who started with something from here? Here we go. So that's part of it. All right. Anyone who would like to share or ask a question at that point before we go to sculpture 2? Okay. Oh, good.
So, I don't know about the rest of them, but I was not able to form a sculpture because the moment I closed my eyes, I had thousands of thoughts. It was so difficult to get rid of those thoughts and let them. I just couldn't. Even though the others tried to, but I couldn't.
I love what you're sharing. So there's one idea. When one day it happens again, if it happens again, start walking. Just start walking. Moving is what works. So whenever you feel there's something going on, do you remember my first question when I arrived? Is there a lot of things? Are there a lot of things in your head? Yeah, that's human. Yeah, humans are like this. We have a chatty brain. start moving. Start. I'm going to tell you a very cute story. I've been learning improv theater, so very new to me. And one day I was on stage. My brain was going, I don't want to do it, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. And my teacher said, move. I froze. She said, Sophie, move. As soon as I moved, I was able to speak.
Actually, I've had a similar experience all through. Like when I know that I'm too much in my head and I'm what we called overthinking. Now that overthinking, that mind chatter really disrupts your peace. So one of the things that I do is that I imagine that with every step that I take, I'm leaving golden footprints on beautiful Mother Earth. And by doing that, I'm grounding myself and I'm just concentrating on the footprints and leaving that on earth. And I find that at the end of even 10 steps, that overthinking has ceased and I'm back to a balanced state. So I think, yes, Ritu, yeah.
So that was wonderful sharing, Dr. Viviana. And in addition, if I may share, for me, a grounding practice in such a situation, which is so common because we are all human beings, for me, that practice is just connecting with my breath. So wherever I am in such a situation, I just concentrate on how I'm breathing. I need not really deepen my breath, but just being aware of if my breath is short, whether it is deep, whether I'm breathing from one nostril or both my nostrils. So as I'm speaking, I'm also doing that. I'm now being aware of my breath. And this technique or this practice can help you even in public speaking, for instance, whenever you need to connect with yourself and speak from your heart, or maybe a balance of mind, body and heart. So it's a good practice to just connect with where you are, who you are, and what your breath is and what your state is at that moment. And just accept it the way it is. Don't try to change it. And then that will guide you. So I hope you try this.
Hello, good morning. So while doing this activity, I must say I'm a person who really analyzes every single thing I do or I feel while doing something. So, and I'm still thinking about what I did in my sculpture. So is the purpose of this activity meant for us to understand our subconscious deeper, or is it for us to just take a pause and get grounded?
I would say it is both, because by pausing, then you find, in fact, what's going on in the moment. And that's actually what you just shared, both of you, is also a work from a French man who one day, all of a sudden, became blind. And he realized by just pausing and feeling what's happening in the body and in the breath, the chatter brain just goes away, because you reconnect with Mother Earth, with the space around you, and that completely changes everything. So what we're sharing here is good for everyday practice, for your work, for, it's like a little toolbox that you can access. It's like a human skill that everybody has. Isn't that beautiful? We think we need like some medicine, but in fact it's right there. Don't you think? So that's That's a great question. So pausing, I have another story. I'm a lot like you. I love stories. I work with corporate clients, and I have a beautiful friend who one day came and worked with me, because what I love is sharing the space like this. And she came and she said to me, I'm not feeling good. This is what's happening. And I said, what if you go in the bathroom, the washroom, there were nobody, and do the stuck exercise, a sculpture. She did the sculpture, came back, had tears in her eyes, and she said, I think I know what I have to do. Isn't that beautiful? Just a pause. So that's what it is. So that's sculpture 1. Imagine sculpture 2, because sculpture 2 is the emerging future, and this is where we're going. But is there any other question? Remember, I love sharing the space. Please.
Please hold than that. The most beautiful thing is that it can be learned. If only we stop regarding it as something wooey, as something external. This is intrinsic to us, and this is a funny story. The other day, I was alone with my granddaughter, 4 years old. I can't call it babysitting. Whoever sits when you are with a baby. So, baby playing, okay? And a very troubling phone call came and said, oh, the venue that we were giving you for the conference is not going to be given. And I said, oh God, okay, so fine. I didn't react when that person told me that. I put the phone down, and my 4-year-old says, Kumi, she calls me Kumi, because I'm her playmate. And she says, Kumi, breathe. Oh. She's all of 4. And she said, Kumi, breathe.
Oh, if you have more stories like that. Oh, please. You see, that's what I love, sharing the space.
No stories from my end, unfortunately, but I did have one question I wanted to ask. Whether this practice of sculptures and being present in a moment through movement is grounded in any particular cultures, let's say Buddhism, Hinduism, anything along those lines? Because I'm just curious, honestly.
Let me rephrase just to make sure. So is the question about like in which culture or where it comes from? Or oh yes, thank you. So Arawana Hayashi is also a meditator. She's part of Shambhala. Have you heard of the Shambhala? Okay, this is where I learned how to meditate. In France, there's a huge... I was born in France. I live in Luxembourg, but I was born in France and then lived in 7 countries. And so I met Arawana Hayashi in Berlin, but she's Japanese. And I also met her in France, in the Limousin area. So Deborah might know where it is. But the place where I met her was in a meditative, contemplative form. She started as a choreographer, and at the same time, she's a meditative teacher and practitioner. She's quite interesting if you want to know more about her work. She wrote a great book about presencing theatre that you can access to. There are loads of videos on presencingtheatre.org, so you can access and know even more. Otto Scharmer's work. Yes?
Can I just add something to answer your question? I think your question that does it come from any kind of organized religion, this kind of prayer? I think I would like to give my take on it. Religion works on 2 levels. I would call it primary school and secondary school. At the level of the primary school, we are all different because your rituals, your symbols, your practices are all different. Most of us remain stuck at that level. If you graduate to the secondary level, you find that whether it is Sufism, Zen Buddhism, my religion, Zoroastrianism, which is Ilmek Shum, Hindu, Vedanta, every kind of religion has a secondary school. And at the secondary school level, we're saying the same thing. No rituals, no symbols, no practices.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you for asking this question. Thank you. Lovely. Any other sharing moments? Look at this. So many things are emerging here. No more? So we're going in sculpture 2? Oh, right. So sculpture 2. Oh, here you are, sorry. So this part is going to be a little different because it's a collective sculpture. Collective meaning that you will do your sculpture all together. Stay in the sculpture as long as you can, maybe 10, 15 seconds. Look at each other. Stop. Do it again. Stop. Do it a third time. And then stop. You will see how or if it changes, and what changes, and how it changes. Because it's about piece together. How does piece together feel like? How does it look like? What do you do together? How do you feel together? So it's a little bit different, isn't it? So it will be moving, because remember, it's the emerging future. It's what's coming back up to the you theory. Okay, so we're seeing what's happening when we work together as a collective. Because as Dr. Kumi said, we're all connected, and that's the beauty of this work. Anything that you would like to ask? So at one point, when I see you, I would say frozen, I will make you feel. Okay, so I'm going to talk in the microphone a little bit. So if you hear my voice, it's just so that you feel more, you sense more. Okay? All right, so you may rise. You can take the space wherever you can. If there's more space behind, or I can invite you to come here. Yeah. Take the space you want, the space you need. And whenever you feel ready, just be in your little group. Be grounded. Look at each other. Be with each other. You do as it feels like. If you feel like touching, that means this is what's emerging. Anything that is emerging is good to go. So you can start. You may start if you feel like it. So you can start. What would peace together feel like? What would peace together feel like? What would peace together feel like? How does it feel in your neck? How does it feel in your head? How does it feel in your shoulders? You can open your eyes, look at each other if you feel like it. How does it feel like in your body? How does it feel like in your feet? Remember, you can stop and do it another time. You can stop and do it another time. You can do it 3 times to see what's emerging. Is it different? Is it similar? So you can do another sculpture of what peace is like together. Peace together. What does it feel like? So it's emerging. This feel your body, feel your feet on the ground. Feel your back. Feel your neck, your shoulders. You can make it flow if you want to make it flow. And then you can stop. You can start as many times as you want to see how similar or different what's emerging. What is peace together? What does it feel like? Breathe deeply. Feel your feet on the ground. Feel your back, your head, your shoulders. And when you've done it 3 times, you can exchange. What did we see? What did I feel? What did I do and we did? The I and the we, which becomes the we, me and we, from Dan Siegel. You can definitely go back to your seat if you want, or you can stay and then you can exchange. Take this time to share what's happened. So start with the I and the we, that becomes the we.
how the world works. And when I'm not in my shell, like how other people feel like their sculptures and how they feel. You mentioned how I did
Like,
want to achieve anything else.
Maybe we can come back. Fantastic. I see you have a lot to share. You've been sharing a lot, Dr. Kumi, right? Oh, they're still having lots of things. I think we're on time. Are we okay with time? Almost there? Okay. We're wrapping up. Late. So we have to wrap up. So we're going to wrap up. Just a few words from the crowd. What did happen? What's been emerging? Anything that you'd like to share?
It creates a spiritual bond between all of us. We can connect with each other without speaking any words. We can understand what each other is feeling, what's happening in the space around us, and how we are as a one.
Yes. This is gorgeous.
So eventually when we started, we created a very special bond between us, and without knowing, we had similar activities. We all raised our hands together, we were in sync, and that was very unknowingly, unplanned, and it happened naturally as well. So it was just that we created a really, really good bond between us, and it made us understand how we are, and there was and when we held hands together, we had a spirit of energy flowing through us. We had the same energy. Yeah.
Also, if I may add, so we all had our eyes closed, so it all came very organically to us, because we were wondering what to do, we were a bit stuck, but after a point it just came to us, and then we sort of split. So there were the three of us, and then there were the two of them. So for us, we just first it started out with holding hands, and then the flow of energy was so strong, because then it's like our hands were moving by themselves. We floated them up, we brought them down. And then for them, they were swinging hands. So it was a really cute and nice experience and very wholesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. Another one?
So what I actually felt is at the beginning point, we were not realizing that something is there. We were fully in our emotions. Even what you were saying, move your leg, these all things, we were not at all listening to that. But very nicely, the wavering moment came up, and we all realized that we all are together. And it seems to be to a greater extent, maintaining the equilibrium of energy, whatever our soul is having. It just seems to be like that to a greater extent, and also we felt each other eventually very nicely. I mean, the way even we cannot express, I cannot express you, I cannot even articulate in a particular manner, but I felt it literally that what others are thinking, and now we have discussed it, it literally meant the same thing like the way we were thinking. That's the beauty of it. Thank you so much.
Isn't this a beautiful word? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for sharing with us such an experience and the techniques and everything. One thing I felt was that when we were doing Sculpture 1, for example, it was an individualistic activity. So the piece was individualistic and it was unique for each person in their mind. And I think that point carried forward when doing Sculpture 2. That in our own mind, the piece is unique. But when we were connecting hands, when we were one, I should say, we were experiencing reality together. So the point was that, more than the individualistic piece.
Yeah, that.
One more thing that I felt was that when we were standing holding hands, it was slightly raised. The body necessarily was not moving, but when like in 10 or 15 seconds of silence and focus, I should say, internally I felt movement or just energy, which was excited, I should say.
Wow. This is exactly the...
One sentence.
Oh, please. Yes.
I just felt that the mind can put on masks, but the body is very honest.
Absolutely.
This is such an interesting session. Can we go on for 5 more minutes here? And do you won't mind if we cut short the tea break and make it 15 minutes instead of half an hour? Is that okay? Yes. Okay.
Okay, maybe we go back so that we conclude, and then we will show, because I was asked to show just a little bit of how it works in school. So we will go back. We're going to conclude. But there's one thing I'd love to know. Is there one action that you'd like to take after that experience? Is there one thing that you'd like to try doing or...
Yes, I would really like to try this with my students in school. So we have... So the subject that I teach, there are a lot of group projects that they have to do. And a whole lot of times I experience students coming and saying, we are not able to coordinate, we are not able to get together. And I would really like the group to do this first, get in sync, and then start their project. And I'm sure it will be a success.
I love what I'm hearing. Because you're going to see, because this is what I do, and you're going to see groups that will be going from reacting to co-creating. It's just phenomenal. Thank you.
No, you won't be able to go here. Just that's fine.
And I can share as much as you want so we can keep in touch.
I want to make this a part of my daily routine after I meditate daily. So yeah, that is something I want to do. It was really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Any other actions or any questions?
Yeah.
Sounds the same.
And then the teacher.
Yes.
In our school, we have a lot of sports competitions, challenges and stuff. So we feel really stressed on the anxiety and stuff. So I believe that we as a team should work together and take some time for the movement exercises rather than a warm-up, for us to collaborate together and form something truly amazing.
I think the activity left us a little more vulnerable to each other for sharing something that we might not be sharing. And secondly, after discussing, a realization set in that when you realize that you're all in this together and everybody is going through something or the other and maybe similar experiences, you are more at peace with each other and with yourself.
Oh gosh, yes. Your voices are... There's so much going on in here.
I think I had a really marvelous experience with our group. And what you spoke about, there was suspension of every judgment, every fear, every inkling of negativity. It was the absence of all of those things and the presence of joy, balance, unity, peace. And there were a lot of insights. I wish I could record this session. And I really had a lovely team sharing a lovely thing. We spoke about openness, we spoke about balance, there were lovely insights. So thank you so much for this. Actually, we're going to take home a lot and feel more balanced, joyful, and peaceful, and united. Thank you.
Thank you. I will share this with Arawana Hayashi. I think she'll be happy.
I want to share my experience of what I felt doing this. So during the first sculpture, I felt I was a little more closed off, and that's just what felt right for my body back then. But I think during the second sculpture is where I felt a little bit more safer, and I kind of felt myself opening up more. And I was not doing it like you said, the head some people do with the head first, but I don't know, in my case I felt it was the body first because I was not thinking anything. I just went with the thing during both the sculptures, so yeah, it was good. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, look at this. Is it okay? Because I really...
Do you want the snacks and all to be served here? If I can arrange that? Or you want to go out and use it? You want to go out?
Yeah. So during the first sculpture, it was just planned that I will do this because I want, to represent something. But during the second one, I think somebody said, we had shed our inhabitations, and it was, I think, after a very long time that there was no flow of thoughts, it was just flow of energy, and then it felt very divine, like that thoughtless, what you said, the ding, ding, ding going on, where it was not there, as if, the colleagues and the friends are there just to protect you, like it was a wonderful feeling that unknown people are there to help me out everywhere. Very good. Yeah.
We take this as a last sharing because Sophie has to move on.
I like to teach this technique to my family members, my brother, my parents, because they need this too much.
I love what I'm hearing.
There is so much misunderstanding between everyone, and when we do this, the way we express ourselves is way much too better than daily routine life.
Thank you. I love what you just said, because this is the work I've been doing back home. It's about the common language, the common emotional, social, cognitive language that we all share. And my youngest son one day said to me, because I was very angry at that point, and I said, I'm super angry, and he said, Mommy, can you hug me? Some oxytocin will come up, and I think we'll feel better. And this is what we did for like 15 seconds, and he counted 1, 2. But this movement and this being close to each other, this is what peace maybe is like for me. So I'm hearing that this is a lot what you felt. And so to conclude, because we had this beautiful reflecting journey, but that's what you can ask your students to do. They can have a moment alone and they can write, in a diary. I don't know if we can share this slide, but I'm really open about it.
Share the entire PPT with the group.
Oh yes, with pleasure. I'm very happy with this. So we move on to conclude, and I stopped talking. I just fell in love with this little boy, and I always use this little boy whenever I talk about this work. I think that when we move with peace, we really inspire the world to move with us. That's the sentence I wanted to create for this summit. Thank you. And thank you to you. And maybe I can put, Donna, just a little video and people can go out and watch the video if they want, and if they want to go out. Is that okay? We could put it on. Yes, we can play the video, and whoever wants to go out can go out, and some who want to watch the video. Is that a good idea, Donna? Would you like that? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Sophie. Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Honestly,
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Dr. Kubi. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Tea and break.
Tea break.
When most of us special classes are really high at my school, then I'm constantly thinking like, when would kids in the world?
Can you bring my bag, the brownie? It's like in the lower zip, under, right under.
When most of us special classes are really high at my school, that I'm constantly thinking like, when is what kid gonna blow in what classroom? We've seen everything at the school. Losing students, to students getting raped, to like abuse, home abuse, some gang issues. Last year we had like 13 suicidal ideations. Like I'm like, is it ever gonna be where we don't have to constantly focus on the trauma and how to handle it?
Well, in California, the majority of students are faced with peer pressure or expectations for their academic achievement, or they are in settings that aren't engaging them. Different conditions make it hard for all students to succeed.
All of these things that are results of the systems not working. If we want kids to be ready to learn, then we need to address the things that are keeping kids from learning.
But the kind of education system that we have adapted in our country,
after that session, which was deeply, deeply personal and moving for all of us, we now move on to our next session. There are still more people to come.
2 minutes. Give 2 minutes.
You see, she's a teacher all the time. You tell me when we'll begin. Anuja, has Anuja come? She's there. That young girl is Anuja, the speaker, the next speaker. Oh, she's a yeah, this is Anuja, the young girl. Hey, Bhagwan. Yeah, lovely. She was a young student. Our next session is by a speaker who needs no introduction. All right? So I spoke to her. I said, ma'am, should I say anything? She said, no, everybody knows me. I had to say one thing.
Anyone here who doesn't know me?
That's not the point.
I don't want to hear boring details about me. So let's give that a skip. Okay?
Okay, so I'm not going to tell any boring detail. I have just one thing to say. Those of us who have been privileged to learn with Dr. Kumi in her classroom, we have two things to say. One, she loves literature. She could inspire love for literature in dead wood. No. Second, this huge mantle of learning that she carries it with such ease. Her scholarship is very impressive. And her bio note is actually intimidating. I don't have the courage to read it. It's not boring details as much as it's frightening details. All right? So, friends, personally, for me, today's session that ma'am's going to conduct, Literature Through Peace, is going to be nostalgia because I'm back in a literature class with Kumi ma'am. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kumi Vivani.
Having said that, she's already preconditioned your mind. And she's told you how to respond to me. Very unfair, Nina. That was really unfair, okay? So, those of you who know me, know that you can chip in. You don't have to wait for a lecture to end, because it's not a lecture. Literature is fun. It's magic with words. How many of you disagree? You disagree? Okay. Oh, you agree. Thank you. That's all right. It's okay to disagree. It's okay.
Can we break into song, dance?
I won't break into song and dance here. But obviously, I mean, the best way to teach Ben Jonson's Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes is to sing it. The best way to do bagpipe music with Louis MacNeese is to actually dance it out. But I won't do all of that with you today. I'll do a straight literature session, but with fun, and we'll have a game also. So why do I keep talking about this magic of the word? Can words really create magic? Can they create peace? Can they create anxiety? Can they create panic? Being a storyteller, I will illustrate this with a story. Okay? Are you okay with that? So once upon a time, there was a Zen master and his disciple who was a samurai warrior. And they were walking through the forest. And the samurai warrior very respectfully asked his master, "Master, what is heaven and what is hell?" And the master said, "A lout like you won't understand that." This angered the samurai warrior, these words, so he unsheathed his sword. Very quietly, the master said, "That is hell." And the disciple understood. He put his sword back in its sheath, bowed, and the master said, "That is heaven." So words, we know, can literally create heaven or hell, peace or distress. And with this conviction in the magic of the word, I lead you through the session today. So, peace through words, literature for cosmocentric humanism. Cosmocentric, nice new word, okay? You can go and fling it once you're out of the session today. No big deal. When we come to it, it's just so simple, okay? So, I'm giving you the structure of my session. Firstly, how can literature create peace? During my introduction yesterday, I said that we need the arts to take away this obsession with STEM. STEM is important, but what word did I use yesterday? Do you remember that? Yes, H-teams. We need the arts, the humanities, to tame science, as it were. So how can literature create peace? And then, because I'll be talking a lot, then we have a fun game, which is Guess the Literacy quiz. No marks, no competition. Sorry. Third, enriched engagement with literature for a change in consciousness through a pedagogy that I've been blessed with. In 2013, I brought out a book called Sourceful Intelligence. And since then, that pedagogy is being used everywhere, including our rural partners who have very, very actively now decided to start an entire teacher training program in Marathi based on it. Okay? So that's the structure. Yeah. How can literature create peace? This is my take. You are free to agree, disagree. If you disagree, it won't kill me. Honestly, it'll only make me think. Okay? So, literature makes us reflect on our own beliefs and actions and thoughts. It emphasizes the fact of interdependence, what Sophie referred to as unity. Everything that is human is a subject of literature. It results in not peace that passeth understanding, as the Bible would say, but peace that is the result of understanding. So, with the deep sensitivity, empathy, compassion that literature creates in you, you arrive at a state of peace. So it's in its own way a meditative practice. Strange. Nobody may have referred to literature as that, I'm sure. Anyone who disagrees with anything would like me to clarify? You don't have to agree with me. You can disagree with me. Of course, words can create a lot of turmoil, right? But that turmoil is kind of holding up a mirror and saying, this is a mess you're in. So then ultimately, it's peace. All right? So let's start. Look at this scene very beautifully and think of it from two perspectives. First, think of it from the perspective of someone who just loves nature. Second, think of it from the perspective of a mercenary who wants to convert this into a shopping mall. What happens to your gaze? What happens to your gaze? Yes?
So your entire opinion on thing changes. Like suppose you love nature, you see how wonderful the sky looks, how nice and maintained the grass is. Whereas if you think that you want to make a mall or a mercenary, for example, then you feel like how damp it is, how bland it is, how much better it would have been if a mall was there.
And how much money you would make, right? Yes.
So for me, as already being a person who loves nature, for me it just shifted from positive to negative rather than, for me, just looking at this, it gives me a very positive energy. And then when you said that, imagine if there was a mall, imagine from the perspective, but I couldn't do it personally because it just shifted into that negative that why would you do that, right? Why would you build a mall in a place like that? So yeah, that's my...
Excellent. Anyone else? Yes.
Excuse me. What I would say rather is that we need a bigger picture here rather, because a mall could bring in economic activity which could stimulate the better lives of people, and that if it has a goal of sustainability or of nature, then that can cause a much bigger impact on nature.
But
So
would you want to see this go?
depends on the picture, larger picture.
Okay? So, that is the beauty of literature. The same words, the same poem, the same literary piece of work can mean different things to different people. All right? No good, no bad, no judgment. My interpretation is not more sacred or more correct than yours. Any English teachers here? I'm sorry, you won't like me after I say this. You won't like me after I say this, but we English teachers tend to believe that dead Mr. Wordsworth or dead Mr. Shakespeare have whispered the correct interpretation into our ears. We are the holders of the correct interpretation, and others, they don't quite get it. After this little exercise that we did, can you believe that to be true? Let me give you another metaphor. I work a lot with metaphors. Suppose all of us are sitting around a campfire. This is a campfire. And each one is asked to describe exactly what he or she sees 90 degrees ahead. Straight ahead, not 90, you know my maths. Straight ahead. All right? Straight ahead. Is your perception going to be my perception? Are you going to see the same scene? Is anyone in the circle going to see the same scene? No. That is literature. That is what literature is all about. Today, I would have loved to bring in novels and drama and short stories. I'm not doing that. I'm doing poetry. Not because it's my favorite form, which it is, but the truth is we can do a lot with poetry very quickly. All right? So now let's move. What literature does is something very important. It shows you the event to outcome continuum. An event occurs. I'll explain this in a moment, just bear with me. An event occurs. A thought comes up. Then multiple thinking starts as a result of it. Emotions are going to be dependent on the multiple thinking, and actions on all that has gone earlier and the outcome. All right? So literature is doing this. Now let me give you a simple example. Suppose I say something naughty like, each one of you come up and make a presentation for 2 minutes on any literary poem that you like. It's an event. I've said it. The thought is, oh my God. The thought is, she said that we have to make the presentation. That is a thought. Thoughts are always neutral. As one of the very, very powerful writers, Byron Katie, will say, thoughts are like raindrops. Would you quarrel with a raindrop? In Hamlet, Hamlet says the same. All right? There's nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so. This is the thought. Neutral, multiple thinking. What could the possible reactions be? Just very, very quickly. What could the reactions be?
Then I might be surprised that they have to do a presentation.
Oh my God, I have to do a presentation. Or, yes, Titiksha? I don't want to do the presentation. I want to go home. Yes, Siddhant. What should I present? Yes. Excited. How do I pick one poem? Terrified. Right? All right, I only want positive feedback. My image is at stake, for God's sake. Yes. Yes, other people judging me. Perfect. Multiple thinking. Now, based on what you have articulated, imagine what kind of emotion will come up as a result of it. If you say, I'm excited, oh my God, this is a great opportunity to show off and to prove myself. Okay? That's the kind of emotion that will come up. Joy, excitement. If I say, oh my God, what? Yes, anxiety, even terror. All right? So that will determine the action, and that will also determine the outcome. Where you'll say, oh, I wanted to do a PPT today, but in such a short time I couldn't, so I'll try and do my best. See my body language. Would you be convinced? So that's what literature does. It shows you the consequences. Very often, in a way, most of literature doesn't do it in a very explicit way. It's Augustan literature, 18th century literature, which does it in a very, very hammer and tongue way. But most of literature does it in a very, very subtle way, in a very complex way. Complex is different from complicated. Complexity is to be cherished, but being complicated is not a desirable state to be in. Okay? So next. True to that, Gandhiji said, your perceptions, you saw your perceptions here, people? Your perceptions become your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values, and your values become your destiny. You will succeed at that presentation or you will fail at that presentation only based on how you have perceived it. All right? And what does literature do? As I said earlier, it deals with any and every aspect of being human. Not Salman Khan's being human, but any and every aspect of what it is to be human. If you're human, you experience all the emotions. As Terence, the Roman writer, said, nothing human is beyond me. So I'm capable of love, but I'm capable of hatred. I'm capable of jealousy. I'm capable of anything and everything. And literature tells you what could be the possible consequences in a non-moralistic way. And of course, nobody could do that better than Shakespeare. That was a stage aside. Right, next. So literature can literally usher in a change in consciousness. And all my work as a transformative educator is only to bring about, in my own humble way, this change in consciousness. Ken Robinson, how many of you have heard of him? Teachers? Okay. So education expands our consciousness, capabilities, sensitivities, and cultural understanding, all of which literature does. Yay! Second person. A change in consciousness, says Yuval Noah Harari, the Israeli historian. A change in consciousness is more necessary now than ever before. For every dollar spent on developing technology, the next dollar should be spent on changing consciousness. All right? Really important. We have been living in a fiercely individualistic world where dog eats dog and cat eats cat and mouse eats mouse and we eat each other. Isn't it? Okay. So, now we come to the grand term, cosmocentric humanism. We need to move from, this is Ken Wilber, the great philosopher, who suggests this, and I have tweeted. We move from egocentric intimacy, me and mine alone. If I'm going to do something, how am I going to reap a harvest? And it's only my bank balance and my that matters. Egocentric intimacy. To the next level, which is ethnocentric intimacy. Ethnocentric intimacy, me, my people, my language, my religion, my caste, my class, my so on and so forth. All which Rabindranath Tagore called narrow domestic walls. Remember that poem in Gitanjali where the mind is without fear? All these narrow domestic walls. But at least you've moved out from egocentric intimacy to ethnocentric intimacy to nation-centric intimacy. We are very much in this phase just now as a collective. Then to world-centric intimacy, and finally to cosmocentric intimacy. We are just, as we've all been talking about, unity consciousness. And how beautifully in this 1.5 days up to this point, we've seen it happen. We had Merlin doing it with music and joining all the people and bringing them all together in Made for India and everything else that she does. We had Shubhada doing the same thing. We had Sophie doing the same thing. And now I'm trying the same thing with words. So, cosmocentric humanism. We don't need individualistic humanism. Oh, in the Renaissance, a person who knew how to do A, B, C, D, write poetry, who could fence well, who could talk well, and so, was a perfect man. Now the concept has changed to cosmocentric. Of course, Raymond tried to define that perfect man as wearing Raymond suiting, but forget that part of it, okay? Everybody gets the idea of cosmocentric humanism. You start using the word. Ah, there, I told you. Next. Literature helps in the development of 3 types of thinking. Linear thinking, lateral thinking, and parallel thinking. Linear thinking is where it's cause and effect. It's structured. Lacan, the psychoanalyst, would say it's structured. Language is structured in our unconscious that way. Math is structured. So if I say that 2 + 2 makes 7, immediately you say no. When psychologists put brain probes on the mind of people who were encouraged to think in this way, when thinking linearly, the brain probes showed geometric designs. But when thinking differently laterally, it showed like the roots of a tree. Now, what is lateral thinking again? A word we use very, very often now, post Edward de Bono. But I will not bore you with Edward de Bono. I will tell you a story. So anyone here knows the story of, what's his name? Mr. X. Mr. X died and went to heaven. At the gates of heaven stood St. Paul. And St. Paul at the pearly gate said, sorry, but you can't come in. Yeah, thank you. Not Forrester, Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump, yes, thank you. So he said, why? He said, now we have an entrance test here. We have a test for everything. So poor Forrest said, I was dumb enough. I won't be able to pass that test. And St. Paul said, no problem. You'll be able to manage. Go home, just 3 simple questions. Which are the 2 days of the week that begin with the letter T? The second, we'll come to the answers later. The second question, how many seconds are there in a year? And third, what is God's first name? So he said, all right, I'll try. He went back, and the next morning he was jubilant. He said, I've got all the 3 answers. St. Paul said, really? You've got all the 3 answers, Forrest Gump? He said, yes. Okay, tell me the first one. Days of the week that start with the letter T, yes? Tuesday and Thursday is what most people would say, but Forrest Gump said today and tomorrow. Yes. And he said, well, I don't have it in my answer sheet, but I'll grant it to you. The next, how many seconds are there in the year? Think laterally. 2nd of January, 2nd of February, 2nd of March. So he said 12. And he said, oh, even that answer I don't have, but I suppose I have to grant it to you. And the third, what is God's first name? He said, oh, that was the simplest. Andy. And he said, how did you come to Andy? Oh, when I was a little boy, I learned, and he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own. So I got it. Lateral thinking. Today, if you ask my granny made a pancake in this manner, so I make a pancake in this manner. We do that all the time. So lateral thinking is something which is extremely important. Parallel thinking, Edward de Bono's 6 thinking hats. That's another story. I can't get into all of that. But you imagine yourself thinking in different ways. If a solution is arrived at, what could be the possible difficulties we are likely to encounter? What could be the bright side? What could be the dark side of it? How much is it going to cost? So and so and so and so. 6 thinking hats. All right, that's parallel thinking. But all kinds of thinking are very important. And literature gives you all that. All right, point made? Let's get on. Edward de Bono, those of you who are interested, Edward de Bono, 6 thinking hats. You'll find plenty of material online, and his book is equally interesting. So again, we're talking about 21st century skills, and reading, writing, thinking, and discussion. Discussing literature can develop all these 21st century skills. I don't know why they are called 21st century. They've always been important. Critical thinking, no government wants this. They may put it in the NEP document, but no government wants this. Creative thinking, yes, your lateral thinking comes in here. Change orientation. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, says, we may not only have to change jobs in our field, but change professions every decade. So do we have that mental agility? Do we have that openness? We need the same skill sets, but there'll be jobs in 2030, 85% of which don't even exist today. So you need a very different kind of mindset. Change orientation. Compassion and empathy, it goes without saying. Collaboration, yes. Your fierce individualism can really lead to mental breakdown. Because the worst kind of torture that a human being can be subjected to is solitary confinement. And finally, communication excellence. all of which literature gives you, right? Next. Literature helps us to nurture the 5 major competencies of SEEL: social, emotional, and ethical learning. You teachers are told that please go to class and incorporate SEL into your teaching. How do you do it? You've never learned it yourself. It's like saying, don't worry, I'm going to appoint you as my swimming teacher. Never mind if you've not put a toe in water. Read 17 books and go and teach it. Can you do that? You can't. You just cannot. But it's extremely important to teach these. And the 5 quadrants here are self-awareness, self-regulation, social awareness, relationship excellence, and responsible decision-making, all of which gets taken care of by literature and the arts. Okay, this is Cassell's wheel. I can't get into details again of that. So, literature deconstructs and reconstructs reality. It's never a mirror of reality. This is the old way of thinking, the Augustan way of thinking. Art never mirrors life. It deconstructs, breaks it down, and reconstructs based on the vision of the artist or the writer. All of art does that, right? By focusing on the dynamic interplay among 3 relationships. Our relationship to ourselves, our beliefs, thoughts, and feelings. Inner peace comes from this. Our relationship with others, outer peace. Our relationship with the environment, with global peace. Right? Next. So it enhances, now these are my coinages, these words I have coined, so you won't find them. It thus enhances 3 literacies which are inextricably intertwined. And which of these literacies? Psycholiteracy, yes, self-awareness. Socio-literacy, yes, other awareness. And geoliteracy, earth awareness. All right? Okay, next. A little bit about these, and you better pay attention because your quiz scores are going to be dependent on this. All right? So even if you've been snoozing, better wake up. So what is psycholiteracy? Empathetic self-awareness. Empathetic is very important. You don't whip yourself. Don't be harsh with yourself. All right, I'm feeling angry or I'm feeling jealous. Not that I shouldn't feel this way. You're human. You will feel that way. But now what do I do about this? How do I change feeling the way I do by regarding my triggers from a different perspective? So self-awareness. Empathetic. Next, effective self-regulation. I know that this kind of statement or this language or this adjective triggers me. So next time when somebody uses it in relation to me, how do I manage myself? Self-regulation. You see, these are the quadrants of that circle, Cassell's circle. Huh? Healthy relationships. Healthy relationship with one's own self. Not saying, I'm bilkul bekar, I am that kind of person. Not labeling yourself. I'm an angry person, she's an angry person, she's a jealous person. Labels are only for jars. That's my rule. Okay? Okay. Next. What is socio-literacy? Empathetic awareness of differences. Differences will be there. You don't eat a mango every single day of your life. You eat various fruits. Nature loves variety. We are all different. Thank God we are all different. Otherwise, we would all be 36, 25, 36. How boring would that be? So, empathetic awareness of differences. inclusive mindset and a celebration. I hate the word tolerating differences, tolerating. Yeah, I'm just about managing with you around. I'm tolerating your difference. Celebrating differences. Thank God we are so different. I mean, sometimes you may not like that. He's too different from me. My thinking seems better. That's when your individualistic thinking comes in, your judgmental thinking. By rejecting oppressive modes of behavior, the most important being war, the insanity of war, the insanity of forced displacements. My community, the Zoroastrian community, was subject to this 1,200 years ago, when we were jettisoned from one time Persia. We've always been outsiders. We've always had the diasporic consciousness. But we are among the lucky ones because we fared well. But forced displacements, you know what's happening because of war all over the world, even today. We don't seem to have understood anything. The second is racism. All these isms. I'm superior because of my race. I'm superior because of my gender or my sexual preferences. I'll tell you a funny story. I was, because it's getting heavy, right? I was in Warangal, Hyderabad. It's one of the small towns in Andhra Pradesh, where the men are very fiercely Marxist and very militant. I was a young girl of 24, and my PhD guide told me, you're going to Warangal and teaching lesbian literature. And I didn't know Warangal. I went there full of enthusiasm, and I saw angry old men looking at me. You are here to teach us lesbian literature, to talk about lesbian literature? I didn't know what to do. I was really scared. So before starting, I said, I hope the august gathering here does not think of being judgmental about sexuality of writers, but focus on the writing. Because you're literature teachers after all, and that made them focus. I saved my skin that way. But yes, sexism. Who are we to talk about it? Today, scientists tell us that there are 23 permutations of chromosomes which result in different desires. So who am I to comment on your desire? I may not want it for myself, but that doesn't put me in a superior or inferior. We constantly think in binaries, don't we? So sexism, LGBTQI, classism, we know this, the have and the have-nots. Casteism in our country, a sad reality. Ageism, everyone should look young. Imagine how silly this looks, gray hair. All right? Godrej would tell me you are going to be called Margie instead of Didi. I could remain a Didi by just dyeing my hair. Cool. Or Pond's miracle age cream, taking away all the wrinkles. Why would I want that? After these wrinkles, at least people take me seriously. Okay, but so much pressure to look young. Imagine, what's your age? Never mind, tell me in my year. 28. Suppose somebody were to tell you, are you in your 40s? Ouch! Do I look old? Oh, I need to lose some weight. I need to do something. Why this pressure? Why can't we just be fine with the way we are? I mean, ageism is a huge thing. Also, not only at the physical level, at other levels also, that if a young person falls, it's different from an old person falling. Of course, bones are more brittle, goes without saying, but like, she will not be able to walk again. Or you have a memory lapse. As a youngster, don't you forget things? But as a senior, or could it be Alzheimer's or dementia?
You see, this is ageism. This is ageism. And there is numerous kind of wonderful books and writings and novels and all which have come out recently on ageism and ableism. You know, understand ableism? Because we're talking about people who have ADHD and other neurodiverse problems, or who have Down syndrome, or any of that, or physical problems, or the deaf, mute, blind. We have euphemistic terms like visually challenged and all, but it boils down to the same. Okay, the last, no, one more slide. One more slide is there. Geoliteracy. Okay, geoliteracy is awareness about the earth. And what's very, very important is that we have 3 major responses to nature. And these 3 responses are exactly the responses that we have towards other people. So if you're very Wordsworthian, nature is beautiful. Nature is talking about the nightingale, the blithe spirit that bird thou never wert of Shelley. It's talking about the beauty of the landscape, ode on solitude, so on and so forth. But it's not always that nature is perceived as a benevolent earth mother. Wordsworth said, "One inspiration from the vernal woods can teach you more than all your books can." And in many ways, I feel he's right. But it's not always that nature seems kind. Nature can be what the writer Robert Crouch called a blue-eyed bitch. She lures you and then she destroys you. All right, like the sirens. She lures you, and a lot of Canadian literature and literature written in the far north talks about this. Nature as a blue-eyed bitch. Nature as violent. Nature as malicious, out to destroy. Frederick Philip Grove has a beautiful short story on it called Snow. It's where nature is completely merciless. Second attitude. Third attitude, where nature is perceived as a living entity, the Gaia hypothesis. Anyone's heard about the Gaia hypothesis? Right. The Gaia hypothesis, which says that the earth is a living organism who is moving towards evolution. Nature has a purpose. Nature does not preserve a species. If we human beings act dumb, we will destroy the world. If we human beings work with nature, we will create a better world. So 3 responses to nature, geoliteracy. All right? Now, what we're going to do is very interesting. I'm going to read a poem, and you are going to tell me whether it is mainly, it's never always, it has more than one always, but mainly dealing with psycholiteracy, socioliteracy, or geoliteracy. Sometimes the titles will give it away, but those are all points that I happily give away, being charitable by nature. Okay. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. So was it when my life began, so is it now I am a man. So be it when I shall grow old or let me die. The child is a father of man, and I wish my days to be bound each to each in natural piety. Geoliteracy, so psycholiteracy, or socioliteracy? Yes, geo predominantly, that this is the effect of a rainbow. How many of us have seen a rainbow? But how many of us have written this kind of thing or drawn or expressed ourselves? Geoliteracy, talking about the beautiful effect and our human connection with nature. But it's also psycho, as you rightly said, because what kind of impact does it have on my spirit, on my mind? All right? Yes, it's me-centric as well. Next. Like this, I've got 18 poems for you. Next. Next. On Love by Khalil Gibran. He writes poetic prose, but he needs to be always included in poetry. Then said Al-Mitra, how many of you have read The Prophet? No? You must. Go home today, order it from Amazon and read it. Then said Al-Mitra, the prophetess, speak to us of love. And he raised his head and looked to the people, and there fell a stillness upon the people. And with a great voice he said, when love beckons you, follow him, though his ways are hard and steep. And when his wings enfold, you yield to him, though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you. I won't read the whole thing. Sorry? It's obviously psycholiteracy. Here is Gibran saying that when love beckons you, you follow him. I don't know why him, it could be her. Usually if it's a alluring siren who destroys you, it's a her. But though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you. So love is not going to be floral bouquets, roses and lavender sachets. Love is going to be wounding, because only when you love someone intimately can you even get wounded by that person. But yet, he goes on to say, I'll read a little more. Yeah? Okay. And when he speaks, you believe in him, though his voice may shatter your dream as the north wind lays waste the garden. For even as love crowns you, so shall he crucify you. Isn't this the experience of all of us? When we have a new baby, we think, oh, my baby, I'm going to be bonded with my baby for life. It can't be. Change is a reality. And we will get wounded. We will get hurt. But it's okay. When we marry our Prince Charming or Princess Beautiful, it's the same thing. We think we will live happily ever after. Nobody told us to share in nappy washing, right? So that's it. It could hurt, but he says it's still worth it. So definitely this is psycholiteracy. Next. When I did this PowerPoint and I gave it to Donna for putting it up in a nice way, Donna said, I thought you said short passages. Is it not working? Can you reload it? All right, I'll read the third one to you while she reloads it. I always come ready with plan B. Okay. Now, this is a dangerous territory. Iago. Good name in man or woman, my dear Lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my thirst, steals trash. It's something, it's nothing, 'twas mine, 'tis his, and it's been a slave to thousands. But he that flitches from me, my good name, robs me of that which enriches him not, but makes me poor indeed. For jealousy is that green-eyed monster that doth mock the meat on which it doth feed. What kind of literacy? He's talking about jealousy. Psycholiteracy. He's telling him that he who steals my purse is stealing rubbish. Because money was mine, it's his, it's been a slave to millions. But he who steals from me my good name robs me of that which enriches him not, but makes me poor indeed. So he's saying a good name is very important. Do you know the play Othello? Yes. Yeah, okay, please say yes. Always say yes when I'm So jealousy is that green-eyed monster that doth mock the meat on which it doth feed. It jeers at you. You are the one who suffers. The object of your jealousy will not suffer, but you will suffer. Psycholiteracy. Next. Do you like this? No, you've gone back. Okay, a doctor's journal entry by Vikram Seth. Do you know this poem? ICSE teachers should know this poem. Yes, you know this poem. All right. So here, it's so powerful, this poem. The morning stretched, calm, beautiful and warm, sprawling half-clad, I gazed out at the form of shimmering leaves and shadows. Suddenly, look at that word, suddenly. It's a whole line. Suddenly, a strong flash, then another startled me. I saw the old stone lantern brightly hit, magnesium flares. While I debated it, the roofs, the walls, and as it seemed, the world collapsed in timber and debris. Dust swirled around me in the garden now, and weird, my drawers, my undershirt disappeared. A splinter jutted from my mangled thigh. My right side bled, my cheek was torn, and I dislodged detachedly a piece of glass, all the time wondering what had come to pass. What's he talking about? The bombing of Hiroshima. Yes, the bombing of Hiroshima. Socioliteracy, the war, the insanity of war is what's being talked about here. So it's socioliteracy. And if I were to do this poem, I would take the theme of war and run it through like a thread. How is war perceived in literature? It can be very celebratory, the great heroes and Achilles and Hector and all of that. It can be half a league, half a league, half a league onwards, all in the valley of death, wrote the 600, Tennyson. Very celebratory, very jingoistic. Or it can be this, the reality of war. So you see the different treatment that the theme of war can be given in literature, of course. Come, next. Death, be not proud, though some have called thee, mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For whom thou thinkest thou dost overthrow, die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep which thy picture be, my pleasure then from thee much more must flow, and soon as best men with thee do grow. Psycholiteracy, very obviously, psycholiteracy. So teachers, when we are teaching this, if we can work on these literacies rather than just the words of the poem and the allusions, it means much more. When I do poetry, I allow my students to express themselves in any which way. So as I said yesterday, one of my students, a Bharatanatyam dancer, she did it in the form of a Bharatanatyam dance, that entire poem, Discourse on the Logic of Language. And it's a beautiful poem to do. So you can express it through art, any art form. Okay? So next. Another brilliant poem by Ted Hughes, Hawk Roosting. This is a hawk talking. This is a hawk talking. I sit in the top of the wood, my eyes closed, in action, no falsifying dream, between my hooked head and hooked feet, or in sleep rehearse perfect kills and eats. The convenience of the high trees, the air's buoyancy, and the sun's rays are of advantage to me, and the earth's face upward for my inspection. My feet are locked upon the rough bark. It took the whole of creation to produce my foot, my each feather. Now I hold creation in my foot. What kind of literacy? Geoliteracy. This is the malevolent part of nature, but Ted Hughes would not even say that. He says the hawk is created that way. right? And that's nature. It's not only rainbows and nightingales, it's also the hawk. It's also a very different, very, very different kind of bird. Okay? So are we all agreed that this is geoliteracy? Yes. Okay, next. At the Border by Choman Hardy. You know, I've taken examples from world poetry. It's, as you might see, it's not only from English literature. It is your last check-in point at this country. We grabbed a drink. Soon everything would taste different. The land under our feet continued, divided by a thick iron chain. My sister put her leg across it. Look over there, she said to us. My right leg is in this country and my left leg is in the other. The border guards told her off. My mother informed me we're going home. She said that the roads are much cleaner, the landscape is more beautiful, and people are much kinder. Dozens of families waited in the rain. I can inhale home, somebody said. Now our mothers were crying. I was 5 years old, standing by the check-in point, comparing both sides of the border. Very, very obviously, social literacy. About being dislodged. Yeah, exactly. Next. Temsula Au. Anyone's heard of this poet? She's from the Northeast. She recently passed away. And Naga poet. She's a Naga poet. Temsula Au. Once upon the earth there was a forest, verdant, virgin, vibrant, with tall trees in majestic splendor, their canopy unpenetrated even by the mighty sun. Alas for the forest, which now lies silent, stunned and stumped with evidence of her rape. As on her breast the elephants trample, the lorries rumble, loaded with their treasures, bound for the mills at the foothills. Do you see the power of this poem? And to me, the key word here is silent. It is helplessness. The land is helpless, and when we oppress others because of our power position, we render them helpless. So this is an example, obviously, of geoliteracy. Next. Again, a problem. Shylock in The Merchant of Venice says, I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? You know, now, this is brilliant. This speech is absolutely brilliant because it can be said in very, very many different ways. It can be said with anger. I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? Etc. Now, if I say it in a different way, hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases? I think you get the point. You can say it in a very cool, cynical, hurt manner, with hurt in your voice. You can say it with anger. But what kind of literacy is this? Obviously racism. His words could ring true of every oppressed race in the world today. And that is why Shakespeare is irrelevant. That is why my PowerPoint presentation at a school where students hated Shakespeare was called, "Boy, that cool dude Shakespeare still rocks." It does. No denying it. Here I'm not going to bear any kind of opposition. Okay, next. The Guest House by Rumi. Everyone's heard of Rumi. He's the second most read poet in the world, the Persian poet. This being human is a guest house. Every morning, a new arrival, a joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they are a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture. Still, treat each guest honorably. What kind of literacy? Psycholiteracy, yes. Whatever comes, whatever emotion comes, just accept that as a guest, as a visitor, with equanimity. All right, next. You know this poet and playwright Derek Walcott? Derek Walcott spelled the doom of my friend Donna because she came to class when I was teaching his play, Pantomime, that got her hooked to literature, and after doing a decent MCom, she did an MA with literature. Earth by Derek Walcott, Caribbean poet. Let the day grow on you upward through your feet, the vegetal knuckles to your knees of stone, until by evening you are a black tree. Feel with evening, the swifts thicken your hair, the new moon rising out of your forehead, and the moonlit veins of silver running from your armpits with rivulets under white leaves. Sleep as ants cross over your eyelids. You have never possessed anything as deeply as this. This is all you have owned from your first outcry through forever. You will never be dispossessed. What kind of literacy? Yes, geoliteracy. Here you're becoming one with the earth. The earth is not staying under your feet. It's not the ground beneath your feet. The earth has penetrated his body and he imagines being a part of the earth. How beautiful is this? So when we lose this connection, then we feel alienation and angst. Then we experience that. Okay, next. Is it getting too much? Sure? Are you awake? Advaita, the ultimate question by Meena Kandaswamy. Now you are going to tell me which community this poet comes from. On dualism, Atma, self, Brahman, God are equal and same. So I, untouchable outcast, am God. Will you ever agree? No matter what you preach, answer me through your saints one more final question. Can my untouchable Atma and your Brahmin Atma ever be one? Question mark. Which community? She's already said it in the poem. Dalit. Exactly. She comes from the untouchable class. And what is she jeering at here? She says, your Advaita talks about non-dualism, but your practice is fiercely dualistic. Brilliant poem, isn't it? Meena Kandaswamy. Next. This poem, a lot of people should know. If you know it, we don't carry on. Move him into the sun. Gently its touch awoke him once. At home, whispering of fields unsown, always it awoke him, even in France. Until this morning and the snow, if anything might rouse him, the kind old sun will know. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Yes, a young soldier who's dead in war. And the poem is the most famous sonnet written by war poets, First World War poets, Futility. The futility, the stupidity of war. Move him into the sun, gently its touch awoke him once. He was a farmer boy. At home, whispering of fields unsown, always it awoke him even in France. Until this morning and the snow. Now the boy is lying dead. If anything might rouse him, the kind old sun will know. And the sun could awaken a whole planet, but it can't awaken this little boy, this young boy who is dead. Social literacy. Okay? Next. Progressive Insanities of a Pioneer by the Canadian poet, Booker-winning poet, Margaret Atwood. He stood a point on a sheet of green paper, proclaiming himself the center, with no walls, no borders anywhere, the sky no height above him, and totally unenclosed, and shouted, "Let me out." Here is a pioneer who thinks he owns the land. But the poem at the end says he might have floated. He's destroyed by the land. He might have floated, but obstinate stated the land is solid, and stamped, watching his foot sink down through the snow up to the stone, up to the knee. We want nature on our terms. We are not prepared to accept nature as it is. What kind of literacy? Geoliteracy. You see, there's a variety of poems. Even if 5 poems, I get very angry with ICSE board when I talk to them. How can you prescribe 5 poems? You have to do 50, you have to do hundreds, because you have to get, it's a rhythm, it's a music, you have to get people used to it. Okay? So that's Margaret Atwood. Next. My favorite writer. I will say that for many. Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. What kind? Social literacy. She's a black woman. She's talking about the oppression suffered by, at that time they were called the Negroes, which is a politically incorrect term. So, I'll still rise. Come what may, you can't crush me. See, now this is a very different response from Meena Kandaswamy's sarcasm, from any other anger. So you can bring in a host of emotions into your classroom and say that thematically this poem resembles this, 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 and do 3 more poems. Simple. Okay. Ozymandias by Percy B. Shelley. Okay, you know this poem? Most of you. All right, what's this poem about? What literacy? It's talking about the impermanence of things, the transience of things. Geo is second. Exactly, psycholiteracy. Psycholiteracy, you think you are great, but you are not even a speck, which needs to be honored, right? So, yeah, fine. Now let's move. We are coming to the end. Half a Century by Chimako Tada. She's a brilliant Japanese poet. Again, this is a long poem. I won't read too much to you, By the time I realized what was happening, I was clinging to the earth so I would not be shaken off as it spun with ever greater speed. My hair dyed in 2 parts with day and night had come loose, yet still I toyed with dice in one hand. Which literacy? Geoliteracy. That she could see the world coming apart, and the dice is I still hope things will turn out well, so on and so forth. Yeah. This is the last, and he is a fantastic young California poet. I wish I had time, I would play his entire video of 4 minutes, where this entire poem is said. You are what you've been looking for. So stop looking for more unless you're looking in the mirror, because it's about time for you to see clearly that you are who you've been looking for. And that empty feeling you got, that hole in your chest, you only got that feeling because you think you are not blessed with everything you need. You see, we live in a consumerist society, which means that they need you to buy stuff. The easiest way to sell it is to tell you, you are not enough. Buy this car, you'll get the girls. Buy this bra, you'll get the guys. And we are seeing it so much that we start believing these lies. But the truth is, the makeup they are selling to make you feel prettier is the same makeup you buy to stop feeling shittier. About this lie, they keep telling you, you are not enough. Psycholiteracy, all right? So that brings a quiz and 18 poems to the end. Did you enjoy this? You don't have to say yes. Which brings me to the third part of the presentation. How can we enhance this sense of peace, this awareness, this self-regulation and all through literature? How can we enhance it? Enriched engagement with literature for a change in consciousness. How do we go about that? Next. Literature taught with technopoiesis, which is the way I teach it because I've innovated this pedagogy. Transitions, and this is a proven pedagogy now, transitions learners from polarity consciousness, me and mine alone, to unity consciousness. Next. Technopoiesis is based on the concept of SI, which is sourceful intelligence. Continue. Sourceful intelligence is that dual capacity that we human beings have of understanding and experiencing our uniqueness and our oneness simultaneously. You are different from me. The upper layers of our mind make us aware of our differences. The deeper layers of our mind make us aware of our oneness. This is clear? So, my complete work as an educationist is to transition learners from a self versus other consciousness to a self and other consciousness, to a point when there is no other and all is self. You may call that last stage Advaita. You may call it by any name, but it's also proven by science. I'll come to that in a minute. Next. Einstein believed that we are essentially passive observers living in a universe already in place. So me versus the universe. His colleague at Princeton, John Wheeler, he aligned himself with a self and other consciousness. So we have a participatory relationship with our nature. Energy manifests as a wave or as a particle, depending on the consciousness of the observer. Did you get that? Energy is energy, but based on your consciousness, it actually becomes a particle or remains a wave. Again, something proven now. David Bohm, who's often referred to as Einstein's grandson, he also talks about the explicit order. Everything is different. The pad, the pen, you, I, chair, everything is different at the surface level, the explicit order. But at the deeper implicate order, all is energetically intertwined. So if I get mad at you, I'm actually getting mad at myself. How smart is that? Not too smart, I think. Yeah. These three scientists got the Nobel Prize in 2022 for proving this particle entanglement. Exactly this. Next. So how do we transact it in the classroom? With 5 simple questions. The first, relate. The teacher needs to ask herself, why should this be learned? If I only, because I like Shakespeare, if I thrust Shakespeare on you and say because he was the greatest, I'm not making you realize that you actually need Shakespeare today. So why should you learn it? Every unit of inquiry, everything in your syllabus has to be first made relevant. Does this connect with their lives? Second, stimulate. How can we stimulate learners with different learning and thinking styles in order to inspire? I won't use the word motivate. Motivate means holding out a carrot. Inspire, you touch them at a deeper level so that it comes from within. How can we inspire them to pay attention and take interest in the topic? Collaborate. What can we do to encourage preferably transdisciplinary research work through group activities? Act. How can learners be led to act at home or in the community on the basis of their learning? Otherwise, the learning is useless. Last, unify. How can learners be led to think in inclusive ways and not understand but experience oneness? Modern education keeps saying that education should be relevant, first question, personalized, second question, collaborative, third question, action-oriented, fourth question, and inspire unity, a sense of unity, not uniformity. We don't want uniformity. All right? All right, next. So these 5 simple steps, anything you teach, even a presentation that you make, if you weave in these 5 steps, you are sure you've touched people. Relate, stimulate, collaborate, act, and unify. That's it. It's that simple. At GTPS last year, a 4th standard Marathi-speaking child from our rural India, from rural Maharashtra, explained this to the teachers. Okay? It's that simple. Child's play, literally. It's aligned with the 4 pillars of learning of UNESCO. Learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. The first 2 stages, pillar 1. The next, 1 pillar, collaborate and act. And the last, learning to be, is unify. All 4 pillars are taken care of. Next. Diverse learning strategies can be plugged into it. So today we are talking about, at this seminar, we are talking about art-based learning. But ABL, art-based learning, NBL, nature-based learning, TBL, thinking-based learning, play-based experiential learning, social-emotional learning, global citizenship education can all be plugged into Technopoesis. It's very flexible. Next. So do you feel that during this session, you got what you signed up for? We said we'd talk about how literature can create peace. Any questions? How literature can create peace? See, a lot of times I get asked by literature students, what about absurdist or existentialist theater? Now that seems really bleak. But Margaret Atwood says something very powerful. She says, people without hope don't write. They either kill themselves or they scream in their backyards. People without hope don't write. The fact that they are bothered to write is to say, look guys, this is how bad the situation is. When you read the first line of Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot, nothing to be done. When you read the line from T.S. Eliot's Game of Chess, what shall we do tomorrow? What shall we ever do? This is not existentialist despair. It's saying we are in this position, but we are reaching out to you as readers in the hope of changing things. Right? So literature means hope. It's rooted in hope. Then we had the guest literacy quiz, at which I think you guys did very well. And then I talked about enriched engagement with literature for a change in consciousness. So any questions, or are you very hungry? Any questions? Yes?
You mentioned about the transfer of energy in the form of packets, in the form of waves or particles, and it depends on the observer. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Sure. Today, at bookstores and even on Amazon and Barnes & Noble everywhere, they'll tell you that self-help books sell. Why? Because you believe that you can change your reality. Now, is this just a wee wishful thinking of sorts, or is it real? Science says it's real. Now, we talked about how we perceive situations, event-thought continuum, right? At the beginning, how literature shows you the consequences. So it literally helps you to create your reality. Now, science says that energy will remain as pure energy as a wave, but to manifest in the external world as a particle, it needs the consciousness of an observer. An observer looking at it will change that wave into a particle. Does it make sense? All right? This is not me. Yeah. Anyone else? Any kind of question? Anyone? On any aspect of what I've talked about? Yes? Anyone? Yes? No, it does not. It does not. I'll tell you, there again, it fulfills a very strong psychological need. I'm glad you brought this up. A lot of research is being done in what popular culture does. Why do we read a Mills and Boon, if at all you do? My generation did. A Barbara Cartland, I never read them, where boy meets girl, quite Bollywoodish. Why would you want to read? And we always sneered. As literature students, we said, oh, that's popular literature, that's junk. Again, that one also, in a way, it is read by people who are asking for more from life, who are hoping for more from life. If you can transition them from this kind of reading without being judgmental to a different kind of reading which requires more depth, then I think you have been able to help them along. But there is a need. If I find it silly, I'm not going to read it. Something within me, there's something lacking in my life. I can't achieve it in real life. So I will, yes, in a way it is escapism. But if it remains unconscious, then it doesn't do much good. But if you suddenly ask yourself, I find myself reading more of these kind of books, why am I doing that? What is it in me that requires this kind of reading? Okay? All right? Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Siddhant?
So, firstly, I think I just wanted to say that it's such a joy to learn from someone who loves the subject and is amazed by the subject and then learning from them, we feel amazed by you.
So you'll all do an MA with literature? Like Donna?
That's just one thing that I just felt, that I could feel the love you have for literature and it then brought us with you. So, and what you also said in the beginning that your humanities we need to use arts and humanities to tame sciences or STEM. And can you elaborate on how?
Yeah, sure. It's a lopsided, the balance becomes lopsided. If you're saying that all you need to learn is technology, science, engineering, math, AI, all this is important. Even we need to learn that, because I don't see binaries. I use ChatGPT, right? But I use it at a much later stage where I do all my thinking and I say, okay, machine, what else do you have to add to it? I don't do it the other way, but I use it. So I want to constantly learn and be abreast with the latest in science, if I can. But you kids will always beat us. But simply because we are digital immigrants, you are digital natives. But importantly, I think it is very, very important that we don't do away with literature and with the arts and with the humanities. Unfortunately, I see somewhere a board saying, Narayan, STEM school. STEM school, which there is no subject to teach you about humanity. And much as I love psychology, psychology does it in a very formal way. Literature does it in a very, very complex and delightful manner. Yum, yum. Anyone else? Yes?
Not necessarily a question, but I think on the behalf of everyone, I'd just like to show my appreciation for the insight that you provided. I think coming from someone who's been in the ICSE curriculum and now in ISC, the fact that we're always, made to scoff down this one particular perspective of this poem or this chapter, that this is the only way, there is no other way to perceive this. If you write anything else on the answer sheet, -2 instantly or something like that. Very fresh perspective, genuinely.
Thank you so much for bringing this out. So how do we do it? Very important question, or very important observation. What I suggest that we do as teachers of literature is that we do not give interpretations. I give a lot of questions, I give a lot of stimulation in diverse ways, with pictures, with music. I work with modernist painting. If I were to give you a concrete example, to introduce existentialism, I would do it with Picasso, I would do it with Salvador Dali, I would do it with those paintings. And they'd say, what do you do? Is it different from the kind of paintings of the Renaissance or the Impressionists? And then play atonal music of Xenakis Barrio and others. And through that say, now what's happening there? And then bring them to existentialist literature. And by the time you've done that, the students themselves have understood the essence of it. Once they've understood the essence of it, then a whole lot of questions. What do you think is happening here? Instead of giving an interpretation. So I've done that in all my literature classes. At the end, last class is the terrible class, as I call it. Because in the last class, I say, guys, we had so much fun. We came up with 20 interpretations, but for some reason, your examiners like this one. But that does not mean I deprive you of the 19. That does not mean I stop you from thinking, because very often students have made me see something that I've not seen. Because the dead poet didn't whisper it in my ear. Huh? I was tone deaf to the dead poet. Okay? So I think this is very, very important that you don't go, this is a poem and it means this. And you better write this in your exam. Why should I? silly thing. I just have to get the minimum marks and get away with it. Never do that. Literature is sacred. Okay. All right. Any other question? Yes, yes. You're not hungry, people.
Ma'am, I have a question for you. Do you feel literature is analytical in nature?
Very good. Very, very good. See, you go on tempting me, you'll have no lunch. Of course it is. That's why I said literature brings out critical thinking, creative thinking, everything. I think perhaps the best thing I could do here is to give you a quote from Coleridge, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, that you need to dissect and dissipate in order to recreate. So you're literally working initially like a scientist. You are dissecting it word by word, image by image. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to me? Very, very strongly analytical. I mean, to do literature, you really need to be a very strong critical thinker. But then that's not it. It brings in the next kind of thinking as well, lateral thinking. Could it mean this? Could it mean that? How does it connect with this? Does your perception change when I read another poem which deals with the theme in a very different way? So, creative thinking. So, analysis, synthesis go hand in hand when you're teaching literature. Okay. Anyone else?
There's a line, it's not a question, it's just something that came to my mind. There's a movie by the name Dead Poets Society. And in that, the literature teacher seems to be saying that although math and science are noble pursuits and they're necessary for life, but literature is for love and romance, and that is what we stay alive for. So that was it.
Literature makes you, literature and all the arts, they allow you to remain human. Not what I said in my introductory lecture, not monkeys minding machines. So I think we may be, at this moment in time, mesmerized by AI, and I'm mesmerized as well, but we will soon see the value of humanities and the arts. Okay, so on this note, I thank you very much. You've been very, very interactive, and let's head for lunch. To end with one more poem. Earth's crammed with heaven, and every common bush afire with God, but only he who sees takes off his shoes. The others sit around and pluck berries. And people, we don't want to be berry pickers anymore. All right? We want to experience this heaven on earth. Okay? Thank you.
I don't think would come anywhere close to what my fellow participants have already said. My young friends here, they spoke so eloquently about how wonderful the session was. And why are you looking like this? Look at her. Look at her expression. Yeah. So thank you everyone for all the lovely words that you said. And I think those words continue to inspire ma'am. And they mean a lot to her. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch.
No gift for me.
Actually,
no certificate. Fully loved. Thank you.
one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are
Mic testing.
For tomorrow, I think keep it to 60. It's not ended. Huh? Or it will be less. Today we are 60. Shall I start? I think whatever you think, 60 or 70, just message him right. Whatever you say. You want to be on the safe side, do 70.
Hello. No. Hello. Good afternoon. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed that lunch.
Nobody's listening to you, Mike.
I'm waiting for whatever is a respectable interval.
You'll be waiting for Gaurav.
So, friends, after movement, after words, we now come to visual images. We're very honored to have with us a very young, sorry ma'am, forgive me for the ageism, a very young artist, Ms. Anuja Das Gupta. She is an educator and agripreneur based in Ladakh, India. In an image-driven world, she situates her practice in the elementary aspects of making images. Her work takes shape from the vantage point of Ladakh in the remote roof of the Indian Himalayas, which underpins her camera-less and analog photography, bookmaking, mixed media installations, and pedagogical practice. Trans-Himalayan ecology is the focal point of Anuja's practice, which goes hand in hand with Ladakh Orchards, a social enterprise she co-founded to promote traditional agricultural practices and products of Ladakh. Anuja is the recipient of the INLAC's NIROX Residency 2024, Generator Cooperative Art Production Fund, Experimenter 2024, the Toto Award for Photography, the Prince Claus Seed Award, and the Indian Photography Festival Portrait Prize. Her work has been showcased at platforms such as the Swiss Photo Month, Luzin Art in Italy, the Ladakh Literature Festival, and the Kuchi Muri Students Biennale, Head On Photo Festival at Australia, among others. She holds a BA Honours in English Literature from Lady Shri Ram College for Women, University of Delhi, and has an MA in Visual Art from Ambedkar University, Delhi. Anuja was also a Designate Research Fellow as a recipient of the Sahapedia UNESCO Fellowship in 2017. She is trained in Hindustani classical music and mixed martial arts and loves languages, coding, and coconuts. Allow me a personal confession. So Anuja walks in and speaks to Donna and says, "Hi, I'm Anuja." So it's okay. Another teacher participant, student participant. And I'm asking Donna, "Tell me, our next speaker, is she here?" So she says, "She's already here." I said, "Who, where?" Then I correlated. Okay, and then I confessed to her, "I'm so sorry, I did not recognize you, and I didn't expect someone so young." Again, guilty as charged. Okay, so I was speaking to her and I apologized and I said, "You're so young and so many achievements for one so young." very sweetly, very modestly, she says, she shrugs her shoulders and she says, well, I just went with the flow. I wanted to add that bit so that it doesn't just seem like information that I'm reading out. It tells you something about the kind of person that Anuja is. A very warm welcome to you, Anuja. Please take over the session.
This has to be one of the warmest welcomes I've ever received. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Humi ma'am, for inviting me here. No worries, ma'am. I'm very happy to be here. I want to be honest with you. I am not at my physical best. I've just landed from Ladakh. And there was a cold wave there. And this fluctuation is not the most helpful, but we'll get on with it. So whenever I come to Bombay, there's something really strange that happens. Anybody who flies in, do you have any experience of something strange, or is it too everyday for you? Oh, the pollution's nothing compared to Delhi. No. Forget all of, even before landing, there's something super strange that happens. No. Even when I'm still on board, there's something bizarre called air traffic. And I just cannot wrap my head around it, that there's enough, it took me around an hour and a half to come. But we've also taken the skies, not just the ground. So, and coming from Ladakh and doing this presentation here, I felt this is my starting point. So I will be talking about arts, and I have a quick video to show you to just get your impressions. So you can play it.
Today we're looking at this amazing ice from Greenland, and I think it's so beautiful, and I think one of the reasons why it's worth taking all the way from Greenland to Paris is that it shows us what they talk about at the COP21 is actually real. It's not something abstract, it's not scientific data, it's not just what the politician or the heads of states are talking about, it's actually something you can touch.
Nature can create beauty much greater than any piece of art, and this is what you see just around us here. Go and put your ear towards the ice, and you will hear that you can tell a story from ancient times. These icebergs fell as snow 10,000 years ago, and they still remember a time before humans had added carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. They added a time where you had a completely different world.
This is actually ice that fell from a glacier in Greenland into the ocean, where we picked it up and shipped it here to Paris. And as you can see, it's really touching to look at. It's really beautiful and it's incredibly magic. And the project is very much about, well, what on earth are the scientists and the heads of states talking about at the COP21? What does it look like? What does climate change actually physically feels like? And then they put their hand on it and say, oh, it's really cold. Interestingly, they kind of knew that ice is cold, but feeling the cold on your hand and knowing that ice is cold is actually two different things. So this project is really about connecting what we know with what we are.
Could everybody hear at the back? for those of you who couldn't quite catch what it is, this is one of the most inspiring installation I've ever seen in my life. This ice that you saw came from Greenland. This was glacial ice. It's not ice from the glacier, but what came down. And Olafur picked up around 1,000 tons of ice and brought it to many public spheres across the world. So this was Paris, he got it to London, he got it to the States, and so on and so forth. So what are your thoughts? Is it bizarre? Is it meaningless? Initial impressions?
I don't know if I heard right because the accent was very North Europe. But he puts his year and he says that it belongs to years ago. So
yes, 10,000 years ago to be specific. Yeah.
So that was.
It all melted within a week. So this iteration you saw was in Paris, also coinciding with COP24. So even before all the meetings ended, the ice was no more. So that's what he was talking about. So what do you think about this kind of art? Because I'm here to say that art is not just paintings, not just sculpture. There's much more happening now, much more that can be incorporated into classrooms, into family spheres, and a lot more. So anything else about this? Yeah, go on.
Give you a closer look to what really climate change is doing. Like a first-hand experience of how rapid it is and how serious people should be getting about.
Yeah, yes.
I like how he's made art from unconventional means. So usually everyone's conception of art is probably just using paints and colors, or even for that matter clay or something, but this is very unconventional. It's using ice to make art, and I think that's absolutely beautiful. So, and for someone to have thought of that in a time where nobody can even imagine it, and to actually execute it, it's quite remarkable. And I'm glad he got it to so many people, because for a lot of people, their talent is very hidden, so he managed to share it.
Yes.
My thoughts, I think a lot of these discussions happen in the global north compared to global south. It was a fancy thing for them to touch the ice and feel it. However, the impacts of climate change, we are the ones who are facing it. And I think most of us are not even aware of the scam that has happened through COP29. I mean, I was with my students last week and Baku at COP29. There's so much of discussion happening, yes, but instead of trillions, they've only invested in billions. And that's like a slap on our face. And apart from just a group of us discussing, nobody else is even, they're oblivious of the fact that, discussion had such a big platform.
Can you come forward and speak so that everybody can hear?
So he also mentioned something about what we know and what we are. So despite everybody knowing that it is ice and it will feel cold, they were still touching and feeling it, the coolness. So according to me, what I could understand is everybody touching and feeling that coolness will have a different impact depending on what and how an individual is. So maybe something.
I think for me, what it did was brought down art from the wall to the streets, and that was my fascination with Anuja and Anuja's art. I first saw her art at the Max Muller Bhavan in Delhi this year in February, and what I saw did not seem like art. So I think the whole definition of art has been opened up by the kind of work that I've witnessed.
I have some glimpses of that, so we can share it with everybody. Yeah, so anybody else? I saw a few more hands. Anybody who has something new, or we shall go ahead? Okay, all right. I agree with all of what you said, but I'd also like to leave you with one thought. Imagine what it took to bring this ice from Greenland to a London, to a New York, to a Paris, while you're talking about climate change. So just imagine the logistics behind it, behind getting 1,000 tons of ice. So I'll leave you with that. Of course, I felt like bringing some ice from Ladakh while coming here and pulling another ice watch, but I kind of disagree. I'm very inspired by this, but I'm also a little grey about it.
I am grey about it too, but I don't know if I'm right. Correct me if I'm wrong. But in order to bring that ice there was so much of aviation fuel and so much of pollution that was being caused that that is what troubles me.
Yes. I'm glad you mentioned this because this was exactly my thought. I feel artists and other creative practitioners also get a clean sheet very easily. Just because you're inspiring, it's okay, at the cost of the inspiration is all right. And this is not something that I have resolved. As declared, I'm still very young. I'm still trying to understand if there can be a resolution. So if something comes out of it here today, I think I've done my job. So we'll go next. So when this invitation came through, of course, I told myself I need to sit with it because digital arts for peace. I mean, sure, arts is something I can talk about, but full disclosure, I am an accidental artist. And I say that, if you heard the intro, I studied English literature. Going in. Thank you. Yeah. So I studied English literature, and I studied in Delhi, which some of you might know to be a very yes, I didn't say that. But the center of all things art and culture in India. And it's very good to be a student in Delhi because places are free. So I would walk into galleries, exhibitions, and whatnot. And I was very lucky to meet some extremely generous people who gave me exhibition opportunities. And not that I had learned photography or anything, I was just fiddling around with my camera. But I met the right kind of people and they gave me opportunities, and somehow I became a photographer. And very soon I withdrew myself from photography. So one reason why I keep pivoting a lot is because I don't find satisfaction that easily. I keep looking for more meaning, and that's what happened when I started photography. I'll come to that later. But very soon I found something called visual arts, and I thought, let's seek this as my umbrella. No, and let me tell you, nobody told me to do any of this. My dad is a doctor, my mother was a teacher, so they till date have no idea what I do, but I still keep doing it. So there was one program that I wanted to apply to in Ambedkar, a master's in visual arts, and I was very unsure if I will get through or not because the eligibility said Bachelor in Fine Arts. I said to myself, let's go, let's find out. And I still remember I somehow got through the written examination round, and in the interview round, the panel is asking me questions like, have you ever been to an exhibition? Just because I don't have the right qualifications. But to cut a long story short, I got in, but then came the difficult part. I was in a cohort of 9 students, and the other 8 were ace fine artists. And by ace, I mean, I think your Siri wants to contribute. Yeah, so these were all ace fine artists. And I still remember, and I want to share this with you, my very first studio class. So our professor, who's also a very senior artist, she sat us down in a circle, and she said, draw a portrait of somebody around you. And she gave us about 15 minutes. Now, I hadn't held a sketching pen in over a decade. Of course, I had learned it. I am a Bengali after all. I have learned all of these things, but my muscle memory could not have served me in those 15 minutes. So when it was revelation time, I saw what people drew. Extremely fine portraits, mostly of me because I wear glasses and I have curly hair, so I'm fun to draw. And then came my turn. This is what I drew. I mean, in retrospect, it looks cool that, oh, I drew legs and a laptop and everybody drew faces. But in that moment, I felt like the biggest idiot in class because I was nowhere around these people. And obviously, as it happens in colleges, I was ostracized. But thankfully, I met somebody who took me under her wings and gave me the 101 in everything, medium, material, all the bloody blah of arts. And she's now a very good friend. So why I'm sharing all of this with you is, yes, to tell you that you can listen to me. I have learned the ropes, but also because I have learned the ropes very recently. And I can tell you that arts is something that you can use in all spheres of life. And I hope to tell you how. Now, coming back to the title, there was digital, the word digital, which freaks me out. Now, obviously, being a lit kid, I will get into the word digital. Does anybody know where it comes from? So if you look up, sorry, yes. Yeah, almost there. Yeah, so the Latin word actually means fingers or toes. Why? Exactly. When you count, if it's less than 10, you count on your fingers. And so it was more like measurement. But now, when we think of the digital, it's 0 and 1, everything binary. So that's how we've come to embrace what is now called the digital. So if you look at what digital arts is defined as, it's any form of expression that uses a digital medium. So it can be, say, a photograph that I load on my computer and then exhibit. Maybe I can pass as a digital artist. Or I can also be somebody who's using an AI program to draw a painting, which is bizarre, but it's happening now. And that is also being exhibited on a screen and so on and so forth. So yeah, I can qualify as a digital artist too. But towards the end, the word peace comes. And that's where I thought to myself that, okay, there's something wrong with the formatting. The green was supposed to highlight peace, but let's go on. Yeah, abstract. So peace for me is an aspiration when it comes to art making. I am in no way claiming that I am a peacemaker, but what I will admit is that art has peacemaking capabilities. But these capabilities are often latent, I feel, probably because we are still stuck in a, sorry for using such a harsh word, but an obsolete idea of what art is. I feel that art can really embrace its capabilities with a successful viewership. And that's what I'm here to share today. We were hoping to do some activities, but that couldn't work out, so I will be sharing a lot of my work. I have never tooted my horn so much, but you can stop me anytime. Let this be as interactive as it can be. You don't need to save your questions for the end. So let's begin now. This is one of my favorite drawings from very recently, 1964. This is called The Spiral. And I feel this is the drawing that exemplifies human civilization. What do you see? Moving away from nature. Okay. Any immediate impression? There's no right or wrong here. Yes.
I guess since it starts off with land and it goes in a spiral, so I guess it's like showing that greed can enclose you as he's trying to get more land, which is enclosing him, kinda.
Creating a barrier himself away from the world.
Ascending to a higher plane of existence, enlightenment, something along those lines.
Being so monotonous that life goes around in circles for you.
All right. One more. Yeah.
It looks like a fingerprint to me from afar. And each fingerprint is unique.
But definitely moving away from nature, because nature becomes more and more sparse as the spiral starts. So cutting himself.
Excuse me, can we say that whatever begins from nature continues with it, with you?
I don't know the answer, but yes, of course, it's a valid thought.
Another interpretation could be that the artist, the center, seems to be drawing or writing something. So maybe it's trying to convey that whatever he's conveying or writing is derived from nature, but you can never explain nature in its entirety. So it's a sort of a shadow of nature.
Am I reading too much and seeing the rock feature as resembling three bodies? Human
I
bodies.
have never seen that. Where? Oh, here.
Yes.
Okay, now I can't unsee it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all your impressions. These did come to me as well, and I've been looking at this for 8 years now, and I still keep digging out more and more. My reading, in a nutshell, would be, as human beings, we've kept saying this, that we like stories, we are storytellers. And this is one reading that I relate to when I see this. When it comes to stories, we also seek symbols. We can't express without symbols. Now, these symbols can be words, images, whatever floats your boat. But seeking symbols from what's around us is my reading, and we can go deep into it now. I'll take you to something I did last year. I'll take you to Ladakh. The video I'll show you is in the Siachen Valley. Let's watch it and then we'll quickly talk about it. This was a series of workshops actually I did last year and earlier this year. People associate Ladakh with a lot of things, but one of the things I've been associating Ladakh with is its wealth of petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are rock art, some of what you saw here. So this is the largest petroglyph site in Ladakh, which has more than 3,000 petroglyphs in plain sight. It's on the highway, literally, it's on the highway. So what's been happening in Ladakh, unfortunately, is that people have been exploiting this a lot. So thankfully we've had people, researchers, who have been looking at these petroglyphs and other ancient markings and symbols. But locally, there's been negligible engagement. So imagine I come from, the UK, and I spend a decade working on this. I publish 5 volumes, but what happened in the village where I found this knowledge from? Almost nothing. So I told myself, let's do a community art project here. Let's involve the villagers, let's involve the kids in the village so that next time when a researcher comes, there'll be a villager who will guide that researcher. And hopefully that villager will themselves write the next volumes and so on and so forth. So this is just a small thing that I'm trying to do. But it's so tough to engage people, especially the youngest generation right now, with something that is, say, 5,000 years old. So these petroglyphs are from the Bronze Age. And unfortunately, in Ladakh, people feel that these petroglyphs were drawn by, say, shepherds, or these are drawn by children right now, which is why there's next to no preservation of these petroglyphs. So there are being roads built and whatnot. So we got together and we imagined what the past would be like. So what you saw glimpses of, children drew, what a day in a cave would be like, or how would you cook food 5,000 years ago. why do you have these strange mask-like symbols, what these could mean? Because archaeologists don't have answers, they only have conjectures. There's been nothing proved to say that this is this for sure. And it's strange because some of these symbols you will only find in Ladakh, in India, and then in Siberia. And you can't think of any possible connect right now. It's just these petroglyphs. These masks that you saw are now here and then in Siberia. So you think, what could be the connect? Were these traders? Were these artists of those times? How can the same symbol be so far apart? And I don't have the answers to this either. And that's where I try to use my position as a creative practitioner, because there are these problems, these scientific problems which don't give conclusions. That means I can use my creativity and imagine. So that's what I try to share. And we've got a bunch of responses, and what we're trying to do right now is make some quirky animations out of it. And everybody has their own. We are going to do an exhibition, hopefully next year, and let's see where that goes. Now, I'd like to share another project of mine. This was some 7 years ago again. I was reading one of the very first texts ever written on Ladakh. This is from 1854, and it's called Ladakh Physical, Statistical, and Historical. I think the title can tell you what kind of a text this is. This is one of those exploratory publications. You know, the Alexander Cunningham, who was the Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, he was commissioned to explore the region of what is now called Ladakh. Not explore, but rather discover. And he published a fat volume. The first one was about 600 pages. And he divided the entire book into chapters, saying rivers, mountains, geography, this, that, because that's how you read a place. So I was reading that, and it bugged me to the core, because these are some of the many excerpts that will bug you to the core too. So in the preface, Dr. Cunningham says, this is a full and accurate account of Ladakh. Then in the chapter called People, when he's describing them, he says, you know, these are short men and women, hideous to say the least. When you get into incantations, you know, he mocks them, calls them gibberish, they don't have a meaning, and so on and so forth. And that is a full and accurate account of Ladakh. Even now, people anywhere else in the world, when they try to look up Ladakh, this Ladakh Physical, Statistical, Historical is a book that they revere, because this is the first ever literature on Ladakh. And it's prefaced as a full and accurate account of Ladakh. So you can imagine the kind of respect people have for this publication, yet it says this. So I did not have a plan as to what I can do with this. Let's just say it bothered me. Does it bother you? Yes. So what would you do in such a situation? What would be your immediate response off the top of your head? Yes, please. She's saying show them what it actually is. And how would you do that? So you would go shoot videos and so on and so forth? Yeah?
I would write a mock heroic.
Oof. She would write a mock heroic is what ma'am is saying.
If it is in capacity to create a new physical, statistical, historical survey of Ladakh, which then becomes the pretext, because that's the most latest version rather than Alexander Cunningham's version. Sorry.
Not to be overly pessimistic, but I believe that if we're talking about individual capacity, then my fundamental belief is that unless an individual has money, power, or status, there's not much you can really change, especially with these sort of things. So unless it's a larger collective, there's not really much that can be done. That's at least my view.
Anybody else? Would you do anything at all? If you were asked to do something about it, what would you do? Sorry? Campaign. How?
Like we have the people signing up so that this book is withdrawn.
Oh, like a whole petition, stop this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, like how they did for the Parsi Bombay book,
Mm.
the
Okay, so maybe redact these portions. Yeah.
Before I move to my response, are there people in Ladakh who know that a book like this exists? Okay.
When I did this, very many.
So I think the first thing we should be doing is a book like this should be written by a native who knows the place the most and who knows the lore behind the place and all the traditions. So the first thing is to probably let the natives know that this is how their place is being perceived to date. And then maybe if a few people even take that seriously, then we could try and spark change there from a local perspective.
We could start a peaceful protest against the book. You can get some people don't know most of the people don't know about the book, right? So you can spread it to them and get a good amount of crowd for a protest to change the book into something more pessimistic or more appropriate for the context.
What about encouraging the local people to tell their truth and just leave it there?
Okay, I do connect with, I would say, this group the most because I ended up doing something similar. I was thinking about this while sitting in Delhi, which is absurd now that I think of it. So I obviously did what I had to do. I went back to Ladakh and I walked into a school, spoke to the principal, and I told him, listen, this is what I have. And I want to do something about it. Can you give me time with your students? And I'm putting it this way because back then there was no art subject in all of Ladakh, not even as an extracurricular. So to be able to get that entry was another task altogether. So I tried to tell him that this is a very problematic account that's floating around. And as one of the leading schools, I feel this is where we should do something about it. And I met a political science teacher who voluntarily taught art. So in this classroom you see the walls painted in different colors. That's because she would do that in her free time and people would just sit with her. And I did not know of this, I only discovered it when I went. So what I did here was that I distributed sections of the book within this cohort. This was high schoolers and everybody responded in their own ways. My only guideline was to respond. Medium agnostic, do whatever you want to. Write poetry, write a diary entry, paint, draw, anything under the sun. And what I got was, I'm till date so grateful for it because I could have never done it myself. But then, as an artist, I realized, okay, what do I do with all this material? How do I put it together to respond to Cunningham? And I ended up doing something similar, similar to what one of the responses mentioned. I made my own artist's book series. So if you think of these old publications, what do they look like? Velvet bound, gold embossed. You can't see that properly here, but that was the visual of this book. I did find that velvet paper. I embossed it in gold with my own hands. And inside, I made pages made from the sand, soil, and herbs of Ladakh. Herbs, to be specific, because I remember in the chapter titled Religion, Dr. Cunningham said that the juniper, which if any of you have ever entered a monastery, the scent you get is of juniper. That's one of the prime herbs in a lot of Buddhist rituals. So he calls the scent, puke-inducing. So I wanted the books to smell. I wanted the books to give that sense of the land. And with these pages, you can probably see that it's not even at all. And that's what happened. When you turned through the pages would, you would get some of the page. It would break. It would become dust in your hand. So I took, of course, I was working on a timeline. So I took 4 chapters of the 17, I think, chapters he had. I took geography, religion, mountains, and people. And I put together all the responses. I had my own responses too. I first went to Ladakh as a teenager, and that's where my journey with photography began. I had the family camera, I wrote a travelogue, so I was juxtaposing my responses as a teenager looking at, say, the Leh Palace, and I'm in awe. And then there's Cunningham, who enters the Leh Palace and says, oh, there aren't any guns. What kind of a palace is this? And then there are kids in Ladakh who, I don't know, saw a ghost in the palace or had one of their first affairs in the palace, everything under the sun. So there's this coming together of narratives in these 4 books that I self-published. And some of the pages that are printed as a medium, I'm sharing this is what artists do now. Everything you do has a meaning. So I printed excerpts from Cunningham's text in this translucent sheet, so you can see what's underneath. So you can't read the text here, but it's describing a landscape that the child has drawn after it. So there was this mix of everything, of senses, of narratives, of authors. So this is a multi-authored book that I ended up making. And till date, there's a joke going around that if I ever get haunted, it'll be Cunningham's ghost, because this is what I ended up doing with his text. But thankfully, I'm very grateful to all the people who supported this, because now Ladakhis are looking at this text themselves, and it is being spoken about. It is entering classrooms. It is entering colleges where this text is primary reading. I think I've done my job there, so I'm sorry. There are digital copies. The main copy is obviously in the UK. The ASI in Delhi has a reprint of it, but it was published there, so they still have the original copy, but you can still find it on resources like the Internet Archive and all. You can have the whole book on your laptop. It's called Ladakh Physical, Statistical, Historical. Yes, it's the same. Yeah. Yes, sorry. Go on.
If you don't mind me asking, why is the original copy in UK and not in Ladakh?
I mean, go visit the British Museum. You will have a lot of these questions. I don't know. They liked collecting and keeping. Oh no, wait, the original, no. This is my book. Oh, my book. Oh, this is in Ladakh. Don't worry. I didn't send mine to the UK. What? No. Oh, I'm so sorry. So I call this work 4 full and accurate accounts of Ladakh, because I've got 4 chapters of that. And this is sitting nicely in Ladakh. Yeah. So moving on, I call myself an image maker, although I work in multiple mediums. And there's one concept which is called the meta picture. There's somebody called W.J.T. Mitchell. You can look him up. He speaks of the image economy, and he came up with this term called meta pictures. What can it possibly mean? AI. Did you say AI? Okay. This came way before AI. So he came up with something called the pictorial turn, which he positioned somewhere around the 90s. So we've been talking about words a lot. I do come from that school of thought where I do believe that pictures do speak 1,000 words. And that's what I feel was Mitchell's preoccupation too, when he positioned something called the pictorial turn. To not bore you with the details and to make it very simple, he just says that we think in images, we think in pictures, that's it. Forget teenagers, forget teachers, think of world leaders and politicians. Nobody cares about how they're leading or what kind of change they're bringing about. They just care about their image. And you can see that happening right now. Every new politician who campaigns wants the best image. You brainwash with images, you can wince with images. Everything is through images. And that's what the pictorial turn is all about. And I feel, much as I feel this generation is doing wrong. I also feel that I'm blessed to be in this generation because right now I can speak through images. I can deal with this problem, which is why I chose image to be my problem, and I position this meta picture theory a lot in my work. So meta picture, in simple terms, is a picture which speaks about pictures. That's it. There are many layers within this, and I urge you to look it up, especially for multi-modular teaching. It's extremely helpful. I myself have done that. So I talk about meta pictures because as artists, I can maybe do a life painting here, but when I say approach a collector, I will have to produce an image of my life painting here. So I have to be very careful about how I make that image or how I frame that image with a concept note and so on and so forth. So to put it in a nutshell, I'm obsessed with images, happily so. And whatever I do is with a very conscious thinking of what the life of this image will be and what the afterlife of the image will be. Maybe I'll dictate the afterlife, maybe I can't, maybe somebody else takes it, I don't know. But this is what I work with. So I have 3 main stories. I'm declaring this right now so you can count down if you're bored. These 3 stories are from my practice, of course. I'll start with the first, which is about the pink flowers, okay? Now, this is what Ladakh looks like. I think this is the image you all have of Ladakh as well, which is a barren moonscape. Yeah, cold desert, has the highest saltwater lake and whatnot. You feel cold thinking about it, right? But at the same time, this is also Ladakh. If you look down on the ground, this is also Ladakh. This is a very small patch in early summer. Come proper midsummer, everything is covered. There's green grass. Of course, there aren't trees like Kashmir, but Ladakh has a lot of shrubs. So the pink flowers is a story I dedicate to a very good filmmaker friend of mine. He's a very celebrated filmmaker in Ladakh. He's called Stanzan Gya, if you want to look him up. So we were doing some work. I was helping with the narration of one of his films, and we had some people from Mumbai, actually. And they asked him, because we were shooting at this location, so they asked Stanzan, how do you have flowers and grasses here when it's so cold? Does anybody have an answer? It doesn't add up, right? I mean, it's -11 right now. How can there possibly be flowers? So Stanzan responds. He's Stanzan, for context. He's a filmmaker, but his family is of shepherds. So he responds with his, what he calls shepherd upbringing, that there's grass and flowers because our animals poop on this land. And it's their fecal matter which acts as manure and which keeps ensuring that there will be flowers, there will be grass every single year. I mean, that is far from a scientific explanation to why there's grass and flowers, but ever since he said that, my worldview changed. So whenever I look at, high passes, this is one of the highest passes in Ladakh, and this is peak summer, and this is what you see, a blanket of grass and yaks having the best time of their lives. This is one of my sample works. What does it look like off the top of your head? Painting? No, in terms of medium. Medium, what does it look like? Is it a painting? Is it a cloth? Okay. Will you believe me if I say it's a photograph? It's a photograph of the leaves. So when we think of photographs, we think of a camera, right? So I mentioned my training, accidental training as a photographer, experience, whatever you want to call it. So I also mentioned I withdrew myself from photography. That happened because what is photography? The one job photography has is to freeze a moment in time. And I was reluctant to freeze a moment in time. This is a personal philosophy. I do feel that all the crises in the world happen because we have this impulse towards permanence. We want to keep something forever. And photography is that. I find photography a very violent act because you are stopping time. You're literally stopping time. And that's the reason why I withdrew myself from what we now know as the digital photography. So I started analog. Do people know analog in this room? I'm feeling slightly old. You know those film cameras with these long film strips, you shoot on them, you go to a lab, get them developed, very lengthy process. Now you can just click right now. So this is what is called a camera-less photograph. Oxymoron-ish, right? So photography is actually beautiful. I have nothing against photography as a form, because photography laid bare is physics 101. It's light interacting with something that is sensitive to light. So camera-less photograph crash course, it's a surface. Say you take this sheet of paper and you coat it with a light-sensitive material. So imagine the film strip from analog cameras. The strip is like that because it's coated with a supremely light-sensitive chemical emulsion, which is why when you capture an image on it and you expose it in the dark room where you develop the films, an image appears. So imagine you take a sheet of paper and I'll take this for a bit. Imagine this to be your sheet. I coat it with, say, that emulsion, and say I want a photograph of this pen. So what I do is, I place the pen just like you would compose a photograph for your Instagram story, and I'll take this out in the sun and I'll just place it. I can maybe place a sheet of glass or something to press the pen. What will happen is the sun will react to the emulsion. And what's happening here is that when you place a pen on this emulsion, the area around the pen is getting exposed to the sun, but the area underneath the pen is as it was, it's unexposed. So after a certain amount of exposure, I won't get into the science behind it, when you remove the pen, you'll have a bleached image just like this. There you go, you have a camera-less photograph. In school, I'm not sure if you all did it, but I did something called the pinhole camera, which is a shoebox camera. That's photography. Can anybody share what it is as a refresher? So you have a shoebox, you make literally a pinhole on one side, on the other side you place a white sheet, butter paper, something, and when you look through it, an inverted image of what faces the pinhole appears on your surface. That's how our eyes work. Our eyes actually produce inverted images. It's our brain that turns it back. So the same physics, when you marry it with chemicals, is what you get, a camera-less photograph. So photography actually started with all of this. And then we made the camera, and now we have mirrorless cameras, now we have pocket cameras, and so on and so forth. So, yes, sorry, go on. Oh, okay, yeah. No, go on, I'll move on. Yeah, so this is a photograph I took of, yes, correct. And those of you who said that this is some cloth-like material, it's actually paper. If you've ever looked at a watercolor painting, you'll probably find this impression because it's thick enough to absorb a liquid, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's the same science that you need to absorb something, which is why tissues are made that way. So you can call it a thick tissue, yes. So when I found this form, I fell in love with it because I had a eureka moment and I said to myself, this is the kind of photography I want to do. Because this is a photograph which neither looks like a photograph nor acts like a photograph. Because this is while I have taken a photograph of this sheet, I made this almost a decade ago, it has almost erased itself. So the thing with this kind of photography is that it does not get fixed. So photography is one job, like I said earlier, is to freeze a moment in time. This fades time. This captures time, yes, but it fades over time. So while I've adopted this as my medium, I do need to keep taking photographs of my art, otherwise I'll be a scam artist because all my art fades away. So this is called an anthotype. You can look it up. We thought of actually doing this activity here. If these flowers were real, I would have done it here. You basically take a bunch of any plant material and crush it. You get a pulp out of it. Then you extract the liquid, put it on a sheet of paper, place anything, a leaf, phone, anything under the sun, leave it under the sun, and you get this. So this is something called, the material I used for this is something called sea buckthorn. It's a berry which is very common in the Himalayas. And since then, I have been using a lot of plants. Yes. So every summer, anthotype. So antho means flowers. So type is an imprint. So I'll move on to my next story, which is of the purple droppings. Now, I do teach, and my students, I remember when I started teaching postgrads, that's the cohort I enjoy teaching the most. I remember, I think I was 22 and my students were 44. So that, I had severe imposter syndrome, but I had a way of teaching, which I still do. I would have tutorials beyond the classroom sessions where we would get together and just talk about things. I would give prompts, and you know how it goes. So one day, this was in peak winter in Ladakh. Peak winter in Ladakh is cold. It's cold, okay? There's something called seasonal affective disorder, SAD, S-A-D, which is very real because everything is so cold, everything is dry, everything is dead. It hits you. So winter teaching is the toughest. So in one of these winter classes, we were just talking about things that are bothering you at the moment. Anything. I don't like my clothes, I don't like, anything. And then a student shared that he saw some purple droppings somewhere in his village on some boulders. And he doesn't know what those are. So at first he thought maybe somebody's painting, but then he saw a lot of them, so then he figured out it's got to be a bird. But why is a bird dropping purple? Is the bird sick? And so on and so forth. So then I told him, let's do an excursion for this. Let's go and find out what is this. So we went out to his village, and then we found this, a berry. This is a very rare berry called the black goji berry. Goji berries are still fairly common in Himachal and even China, but the black goji berry is extremely rare, and it has many, many medicinal properties. And you can see the kind of stain it leaves. So the bird was actually eating these berries and doing its business. And when I found this, imagine me working with plants for my anthotypes, this was another medium. So when I say I work with anthotypes, I don't work in the way I showed you earlier, which is leaving an object and creating an image. I go very meta. So what I do, this is the process, this just to show you how it goes. It's one of the toughest shrubs to harvest. So these are thorny, I separate, I crush it, my hands look beautiful, and then I just leave it by the river. This is what my process is, what Kumi ma'am was mentioning earlier. What happens when you leave it by the river, this is obviously winter, so there's lots of ice, is that the river drift pulls in, pulls out of the paper. There's lots of bugs that walk on it, cows that come and lick it because it's their food, birds come and peck on it. So all these very abstract, natural impressions are recorded. And under the sunlight, the color of the pigment with which I start keeps changing. So these are the kind of extremely abstract images that I get. So this is from that sample. You can see that the purple turns to blue, some of the water eats the paper. In many of my works, there's a lot of mud, so there is no pigment there. And it's a whole new universe. And every print is unique, unlike a photograph. So I've been doing this work for a while, and what Kumi ma'am mentioned earlier, what I did in Delhi was this. Yeah, so I took samples from this place called the Nubra Valley in Ladakh, which is the northernmost part of Ladakh. And because I was given an exhibition opportunity in Delhi, I thought, let's have fun. So I took all my anthotype prints that I made in the Nubra Valley. So these are different plants, berries, flowers, etc., etc. But what I was mentioning earlier, that as image makers, I have to think of what this would mean. This can pass as a painting, this can pass as anything. So I try to think of manifestations or iterations of the same work. So what I did was I made a video work of this. So these are all fading because I keep shooting my images as they fade with time. And I looped them in. So what you see the box here. So there's a TV in that box. I like confusing people. And on top of the TV is a glass panel. And on top of it is the gray sand from the Nubra Valley. The Nubra Valley is known for this very unique gray colored sand, which is also home to the very rare Bactrian camels. So if Ladakh is on your to-do list as a tourist, you have to go to Nubra Valley. So people who go to Ladakh, Nubra Valley is the first thing on their bucket list. So I took the sand from there, which had these plant samples. So it had some of these berries, it had some of these leaves, some thorns. So my viewers had to come and get their hands dirty, as ma'am did too. And when you run your hands through the sand, this video keeps popping up. So you try to dig out more. I also did this because in a place like Delhi, in a place like Mumbai too, people still have that image of Ladakh as a barren landscape. But Ladakh has more than 1,000 plant species, which are very quietly doing their thing. These plants have defined the fabric of life in Ladakh, from food to rituals to medicine. Everything you can possibly imagine is because of some plant. Even biofencing, source of heat in winters. So it's bizarre to me that when something is so important, there is no discourse around it. So this exhibition actually educated a lot of people too in understanding, in discovering that Ladakh has plants. Because again, if you read some of the very famous literature around Ladakh, I bet you 90% of them will say not a blade of grass goes there. There's a lot of grass, there's many plants. Right now, the business world is fighting to get a patent on the sea buckthorn plant, to get a patent on the goji berry plant, because these are finally being recognized for the tremendous properties they have. So this was one thing I thought that could possibly nudge my viewers and accept the fact that even a barren land like Ladakh can have life. So moving on, I'll show two more of my works. Earlier this year, I was very fortunate to be in Switzerland. This video you see here, this is my process in summers. You can decrease the volume, please. So when I leave it by the river, it just does its thing. A lot of times I lose my sheets because the river is so strong. I lose my art. I have also found my art in birds' nests and whatnot because it's their food. So this is a place called, can you mute it if you don't mind? Just mute it, yeah? Yeah, sorry.
That berry?
Sea buckthorn, goji, yeah.
You said you put it on that paper.
Yes.
Then do you wash it off? Or?
No, I don't. I just do this. I just leave it by the river.
No, but that berry does not show on that image.
So I make a pulp of it. I crush it. So it's like juicing.
It is uneven. It's not flat surface.
It is flat to begin with. It is flat, but the river bank, ma'am, it's a very active site. So there's a lot of mud, gravel, moss. All of it gets carried. Oh yeah, because the coat I make is even to begin with. I flush out the liquid through a muslin cloth. I get an even liquid, and then I go yes, yes, yes. So. This is a place in Italian Switzerland. It's called Verzasca. I've left my heart there. So you can see that there's a river cutting through the valley. I was doing the same process there, as you can see. Again, the one thing that was bugging me is that how do I make good images out of this? Yes, sure, I can exhibit these prints and pass as an exhibitor, but I obviously wanted to do more. I spent a lot of time in the valley. I went to the last village of the valley too, spoke to the people, and everybody told me about how people live as a community. The animals, the plants, the water, everything goes together. And I kept thinking that, yes, my prints, sure, you can call it good art or whatever, but it won't do justice to the kind of things that people have told me that the villagers of Verzasca Valley follow, which is living together, which is respecting each other, which is still continuing their traditions. So I had to do an exhibition. So I started making these prints. These are the kind of prints I got with some sand, different colors of the valley. And this was my exhibition. It's a huge, huge, one of my biggest scale works. This is across 30 feet. Does anybody recognize the form? The shape, if you can tell one? Maybe you can tell now once it zooms out. Oh, God, no. No. It's something called the endless knot. The endless knot it occurs in many religious, cultural philosophies. In Hinduism, in Buddhism. I personally have grown up with the endless knot in Tibetan Buddhism. There's something called the 8 auspicious signs, which is also shared with Hinduism. And the endless knot is a form which has no beginning, no end. And yes, you think of the Celtic knot. It's all, there are so many knots in philosophies which, yes, Mobius strip, yes, which say the same thing, which is interconnectedness. So when I was sitting with all my interactions I had in the valley, this is the form I went back to. So when I think of image making and exhibition, I want the navigation of my exhibition to mean something too. So here, viewers, so this is the mowed patch of grass. So viewer would walk around the prints and end up forming the knot while viewing the work. So yes, my prints did speak of interconnectedness, blah, blah, but the viewing of the work made the point, as obvious as it could be. So I call this work, How Does a River Breathe? Here, in most of the prints, I had prints of the animals, the moss, even the aquatic plants and animals too, something I had never achieved. Those are the pigments, ma'am, that I make from the berries, from the leaves. Yes. And under the sun, they keep changing. So if I take an orange berry, like the sea buckthorn, after 2-3 days of exposure, it turns yellow. And then brown. Most of these pigments turn brown because they oxidize. That's the natural process. So, yeah, this is, yeah. Why is it called How Does a River Breathe? That's part of my concept. I really wanted to, make this as an ode to the river. Because I saw the river, as cliche as it may sound, the lifeline of the valley. So when we think of river, when we think of even a storm, we think of these as individual entities, as if they have nothing to do with us, we have nothing to do with them. But in Verzasca, I realized that had the river not been there, we wouldn't have been there. And again, at the risk of banality, I used this term, and I had a very elaborate concept note which shared my experiences of encountering and discovering these links within the ecosystem. So, yeah. Yes, please. Sorry? This was in the valley. This was in Verzasca in Switzerland, yeah. Yes, yes, yeah. Oh, it was a task. Yes, yes. So because again, so utterly grateful, the villagers, they volunteered to do this because the team did not have the capacity. Yes, they all volunteered to do this, and we spent days and nights under the sun. And you can't see here, but the river is flowing right next to the field. So it's on a bit of a cliff, and it oversees the river. So there's no shade around, and I had this wonderful team of people who helped me more. No. Nope. No, they all fade with time.
I think the most beautiful thing is instead of bringing external colors to a painting, these are the intrinsic colors of the place. And therefore these speak much more powerfully to you.
Yeah. Yeah, since you mentioned, I remember one of my first research trips was going around with gardeners and, gardening enthusiasts, and they took me to their home gardens and they educated me on their plants. And when I put up the exhibition, they asked me, oh, which plant gave this color? And I was like, your home plant. So it all came full circle, like an endless knot, really. It did. Everything was connected. And I am very proud of this project, and I don't say that often. Oh, it varies, ma'am. Sometimes it takes 3-4 days, sometimes it takes a month. Because it's plants, there are other camera-less techniques too, but because these are plants, they take a lot longer. I don't add any artificial chemicals. There are chemicals that you can add to catalyze the process, but I don't, because if I add anything artificial, bugs and birds won't sit on it, animals won't eat on it, I won't get their impressions. So. Oh, sometimes it just fades. Yeah. Sometimes, a lot of times I lose it. A lot of times I lose it. So the sheet I work with is called watercolor. It's made of cotton, so it dissipates also. So I try to be as careful as possible. Yeah. Yes, I try. Yes, this is a very meditative process. It's also very testy in a way, because imagine working for 10 days, after which you achieve the good coat and then you lose it. So I have cried, I have yelled, I have gone through the whole spectrum of emotions, and I still do. I'm not saying I can deal with all emotions now. But, I've signed up for this. So. Okay, the last story, which is of the green resurrection. This is my recent, where is it going next? This is my recent visit. Just last week I was in South Africa. And has anybody been to South Africa here or is from South Africa here? So it's a very different landscape. It's the southern hemisphere, so right now it's summer there. And there's something called wildfires, which are very common in South Africa. Any clue why that happens? Because of the heat. So now, of course, there are many man-made fires, but yes, even grassland actually. So it just becomes so hot, the grass burns, and there you go, everything burns within a day. So I had a beautiful studio space, and this was my window view. Every day I would see smokes coming out of the hills. So every time I would see this smoke, say today I see it, the very next day I would hike up to see what it looks like. And this is what I saw. As you can tell, I have a thing about looking at the ground. So I have never seen anything like this in my life. I'm not sure if you can tell because of the graphics, but this is all charred. This is black. And to see little shoots of green coming out of what looks like a black deathbed really moved me. And I had my expedition. I would visit every day just to see how these plants are growing. Is something growing? So there would be this ash, then a few, I don't know, threads of grass, and then suddenly there would be flowers. And some of the richest, vibrant flowers I've ever seen in my life. And this is a very different floral world too that I discovered. So I realized that, okay, I need to study more. So I started researching a lot on what and how what these flowers are, how do these survive, is it normal, is this their nature to do this? So South Africa has something which is broadly called fire-resistant plants. So living in Ladakh, I know what is frost resistance because I've seen plants come out of blankets of snow. But to have something like this was brand new for me. So I started reading up on fire resistance. And again, it sounds and reads unreal. How do plants survive such extreme thresholds? Say, the hottest you can imagine to even the coldest. So I discovered that plants have some crazy survival mechanisms, like underground bulbs that even some lilies and all have here. They have seed coatings which are so hard that you need fire for the coating to break and then disperse the seed. You have super thin roots which go deep within the ground, and no matter what strikes up, you're fine, which is why you take, say, 10 years to regenerate. So this is the kind of floristic magic that exists there. And I was extremely mesmerized by it. So I realized I need to look into what, I realized that I first need to imagine what this looks like. So obviously, being a bit of a photographer still, I wanted to look at photographs of these, say, events that plants have, of a seed dispersal or of rooting. Unfortunately, there aren't any. So that unsettled me because we're at an age where we are looking out. We have something called the James Webb Telescope, which renders the best of images from outer space. But we don't have a single microscope that is looking down. And I personally feel that the ground and below is a whole phenomenal universe of its own, and we just don't have visual access to it. So these were my preoccupations. So I started sketching a lot, sketching what these would look like. And I started working with ash even, something I haven't because we had so much ash. People would pile up the ash after the fire. And my sketches ended up looking like this. This is, of course, I started working with the plant pigments. So these are my imaginary renditions of what the underground would look like. And when I started working on these, I realized these look like cosmic phenomena. So when I am imagining a seed dispersal moment, I'm ending up with a meteor shower. So again, at the risk of cliche and all things banal, I realized that the point I've arrived at is this encounter between the microscopic and the cosmic, and what does it mean when one is a reflection of the other? I mean, you read so much about it, you hear people say, oh, we are made of cosmic dust, but do we really feel it? So when I started visually imagining and I created this visual access for my viewers, that's when you draw the point home, that there isn't much of a difference between what's up and what's below. So again, my final problem of rendering this as an image, as an exhibition, because while I make my prints, I do want to go the extra mile and have an exhibition which makes my viewers feel the same wonder as I do too. I mean, if it makes you a climate scientist or a peacemaker, sure, I leave it up to you, but I want them to feel that wonder. So I did something crazy last week. I had an exhibition and I made a video work. I'd like to show this with you. This is a video made from my prints. And I made a small room in the exhibition space where you would go and lie down and look up. There's a big screen, and you would look at this video there. So what I did was I got scans from those images I showed you, Now, what a scan does, this is where digital technology really enhances your own capacities. It helps you see the very minute details that your naked eyes can't. And when you zoom into them, this is what it looks like. Yes, that's what I arrived at. And right now, as we speak, people are lounging in that room and having a little planetarium show in a gallery. I call this work extraterrestrial, extra in brackets. You can probably tell why now. So yeah, this ends my work. I want to leave with this quote. This is from somebody called Marshall McLuhan. He's a great media thinker. If you've ever heard of this phrase called, yes, global village, and something called the medium is the message. So this is from the same book, Understanding Media, and I think this will hold true for even decades from now. That yes, we are using a camera to record, but we think that this is only a tool, this is an extended limb. But just like, you know, the microscopic and the cosmic and vice versa, I think the tools work in the same way. We're not just using them, they're using us too, and they are shaping how we think of the world, how we perceive the world. So yeah, I leave you with this.
Can a single person in the audience say that this is what you imagined a visual arts session to be? Isn't it thrilling? Absolutely thrilling. Just opens up new vistas. Thank you so much, Anuja. I was privileged to enjoy the feel of all this at her exhibition in Delhi. And I said, you are coming for my next GTPS. And she's made it. So, amazing. Do you have any questions for her? Because the next speakers are here. Yeah. Yeah.
So, ma'am, firstly, thank you for the summit. So, I kind of had two questions. So, firstly, I just want to ask that when it comes to this non-photography form of art, I can tell there's a lot of factors that dictate this, but how long would these paintings last on an average?
Depends on how you keep them. If you keep them out, they will most likely fade within a month.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to keep them enclosed in a folder so that they don't get exposed. So then they take, say, almost a year to start fading.
Okay.
You can still preserve them if you never take them out, because sun exposure is what degrades the quality. And it's also, because I live in Ladakh, I get a lot of privileges in terms of no moisture. So if you can beat oxidization, you can increase the life of these.
And just a general question, not necessarily related to the presentation here, but something I always wanted to ask an artist. How necessarily do you feel about the fact that, you know, tools such as Dolly or other AI tools are essentially taking away art that you've spent your hard-earned sweat, blood, sweat and tears making, and maybe creating something else out of it? How do you personally feel about that?
Gosh, I was fearing this question. Of course, when it's all started, I mean, we started discovering that it has started very late. It started in the 70s. Mm-hmm. An artist made a robot to make paintings back in the 70s, but now we know of AI and all of that. It's frightening. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't deny that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I feel it's a good challenge. Mm-hmm. Challenge in the sense, not that I want to make better art than this AI application, but challenge in the sense that there are more possibilities now. Mm-hmm. So right now, you know, like I was saying, I can leave my prints as they are, but I try to give them another life. Right. So that is through digital medium. That's how I extend their life. Now, in terms of what it makes me truly feel, you know, I keep going back to this analogy that a mentor of mine had shared. You all know of the Gutenberg project, right? The printing press and all of that. And now you have online books.
Yes.
Now you have online education. So if we can embrace, I go back to this because I tell myself, if we can embrace that, an artist can embrace newer forms of medium too. So if we can use it to its best capacity, which will enhance my own, then I guess it's great.
So if it expands the horizon, then it's really a sacrifice worth making, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, it can perform. It can be an aid. My conclusion with all my studies is that these technologies can be a very good aid.
Correct.
It can be shortcuts to your work too. Sure, it depends on how you use it, but it will be best as an aid.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
I am curious to know about the software that you use to convert it into
This
digital.
is called Blender. It's a 3D modeling software. Yeah. It's free. Yeah, Blender.
When you showed that South Africa and the dry land and all, I took up this picture there. It's absolutely dry, but it's a wild flower that grew on my mother's grave. And if I had met you earlier, maybe I would have done something like you did.
Yeah, so just the thing, just adding on to the AI part, definitely I think AI could make a prettier picture possibly. It possibly could, I'm sure it could. But for example, your installation in Switzerland, Life by the River, I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
How does a river breathe?
How does the river
Doesn't matter.
breathe, right? Sorry. That installation was made not just by you, but it was made by everything that the river stands for.
Yes.
All the people helped you make that installation, all the plants, all the animals. I don't think AI could ever gather all of that emotion that you did or you were able to do that. And I think in general, I was just so much in awe. I'm always in awe of artists because I come from I come from science, and I just find it amazing how people can just look at something and make have such a beautiful or different interpretation of it. So thank you so much for sharing it with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All good?
I just had one observation about the last piece that you showed, the extraterrestrial. The irony that what you saw underneath, you showed it like it's all in the universe, and it looked like how the universe looks like. So it was really an eye-opener for me, so thank you for that.
What we've been talking about in words as interconnectedness, and what Shubhada was talking, what Merlin was talking, it's all about interconnectedness. But our entire thinking is in silos. So that is what we need to break. And then a whole new world opens up. Isn't it? Thank you. That was such a thrilling session, Anuja. I'm so glad I bullied you into coming. Come, Donna. Give her this. Thank you, darling. It was just amazing. Never imagined art this way, have you? Never. Run out, have tea, biscuits, and come back quickly. Our next artist is here, and the mime artist is also here, so quickly.
Dr. Kumi, I just...
Yes.
Spatial hazard here. Thank you. Thank you for settling down. So, after a session that can best be described as awe-inspiring, we now move to the next aspect of our GTPS. There can be no learning without a sense of wonder. And if anything inspires wonder, it is story. Our next artist, our next speaker is a storyteller, and the session itself is divided into two parts. Devki Bujang Gajre is a storyteller, a trainer, a mum of two avid readers. I like the fact that she specifies this. And founder of a story program called Little Reader's Nook. Devki trains parents and teachers in the art of storytelling and story-based training, for she believes every child deserves a good story. I think every adult too. And stories are the mirrors and windows that unlock age-old wisdom for children and adults alike. A very warm welcome to you, Devki.
That's okay. I don't need it. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here today to listen to all of us. As ma'am mentioned, my name is Devki. I'm a professional storyteller. And since you've invited a storyteller here, I think you know what to expect, right? Yeah, you invite a musician, you want them to play music. You invite a storyteller, and she will tell stories, of course, yes. But, I'm going to be telling you two stories today. I'll start with a personal story. And within this personal story, I'll try and add a folktale, a story, okay? What we normally expect and call a story. But the first of personal story, and the personal story actually begins with Dr. Kumi. Yeah? Yes. So one rainy afternoon, sometime in August or September, I believe, Dr. Kumi called me to invite me for this summit. And I was sitting in bed with a book, with a couple of books. It was a rainy, nice monsoon afternoon. I wasn't doing much. I was just going through some books trying to plan my next workshop. And those books happen to be, one of them is called Sapiens. Has anyone read this book? Sapiens? Yeah. So I was going through this book, and there's a newer version of the book which is more child-friendly. It's almost like a graphic novel. It's called Unstoppable Us. You should check out this book. It's a beautiful book. I was going through this, and the chapter that I was reading actually had redefined what a story actually means to me. What I was reading there is, of all the species on our planet, human beings, we are neither the biggest, are we? No. We are neither the strongest, are we? No. So what really makes us the most powerful species on Earth today? Can anyone tell me that? Yes? Communication, that's right. Language, the ability to communicate. And this book went one step further and said that it's not just communication, it is the ability to create a world of make-believe. To imagine something which is not there, okay? And it said that this something that we make up, they called it a story, okay? And so many of the social constructs that we take for granted today, which for me, I never thought of them as stories before, this book redefined that for me. So something as simple as a country, a nation, yeah? Democracy, where we all go vote and choose a government. The rules that we all follow in society. Something as simple as family or marriage, monogamy. Did you ever think of these things as stories? Did you think of them as stories before? I didn't, I must confess. But come to think of it, all of these concepts, none of them are really physical laws of nature, are they? Yeah, they're not facts set in stone. It's something that man made up. Okay, somebody made it up, and everybody else bought into this idea that we are Indians, we live in a country called India, these are the borders of our country, and we are a democracy, we will vote for our government. All of these are stories that people told us, we believed them, and today they are realities for us, right? We don't think of them as stories. So this is the book that I was reading, which was actually redefining what story is for me. And the book went one step further and said the reason man made all of these stories is because when we started living in bigger and bigger groups, conflict was inevitable. And so that man could live in peace and harmony, these stories were essential. And that's when Dr. Kumi called me and said, I'm inviting you for this summit and I want you to talk about storytelling for peace. And I said, what an amazing coincidence. But then she said to me that it's not just global peace. We're talking about inner peace, then outer peace, and then global peace. So that set me thinking, what is inner peace? You know, what does it mean to me? I think every one of us might have a slightly different version of what inner peace is, right? Would anyone like to share what inner peace means to them? Anyone? Yes? Something that satisfies you from within. Wow, lovely. Yes?
Calmness and no disturbance.
Yeah, being calm. Yes.
Moment of silence which allows me to be in the now.
Yeah, a moment of silence that lets you be, just be in the now. Lovely. Anything else? Yes. Feeling happy? Yeah, so simple, right? Yes. Focus. Razor sharp focus. Lovely. Yes. A state of flow. Yeah. Where you're just being. Lovely. Anything else? Yes. Tranquility. Yeah. Yes.
Little things like going for a drive or the night for a holiday.
Little things that make you happy. Yeah. See, as many people, so many definitions of inner peace. What I thought to myself when I asked myself, what is inner peace for me? I realized when I go to bed to sleep at night, I put my head on the pillow. If I can fall asleep in a few seconds, that means I have a clear conscience. I know I haven't hurt anyone, cheated anyone, been mean to anyone today. That lets me go to sleep well at night. That for me was inner peace. And the moment I got this definition for myself, I knew the story I needed to tell today. So the story that I'm going to tell you today, it's a folk tale. A folk tale literally means, folk is people, that's right. Folk tale is a story about people, made up by people, told to people, right? So it's a folk tale from a country in Southeast Asia. It's a beautiful island country called the Philippines. Has anyone been to the Philippines? No? Okay, you must visit. It's a beautiful place, lovely beaches. So this folk tale is from the Philippines, and I first heard it from a storyteller called David Heathfield. And the reason I love to tell folk tales, I'll just quickly tell you why I like to tell folk tales. So many kinds of stories can be told, true stories, personal stories, mythology. But the reason I really love telling folk tales is, folk tales are timeless. They're not new stories. They're old stories, which have been passed on from one generation to another. And in each telling, something magical happens. Each person who is telling the folk tale adds something of his or her own. And the folk tale keeps getting better and better and better with each telling, more and more refined. It also starts contemporizing, suiting the times that you are in. So there's age-old wisdom, and there's the freedom to experiment in the folk tale, and that's why I love folk tales. So I'm going to be telling you a folk tale from the Philippines, and we will begin. Everyone ready for a good story? Okay, thank you. The story begins like all stories do. What's the one line? Once upon a time. That's right. Once upon a time, long, long ago, in the dark jungles of the Philippines, there was a village right at the edge of the forest. And in that village, in a tiny hut, almost on the outskirts of the village, there lived a mother and son. The son was about 13 or 14 years old, like some of the little young people here sitting next to me, not little, I'm sorry, young people sitting here in front of me. And his name was Ruan. What was his name? Ruan, that's right. Yeah. Now, Ruan would go off to sleep every day, every night, outside his hut under the stars, because their hut was too tiny for both mother and son to sleep in. He would go to sleep outside the hut under the stars. And in the morning, in the early morning, when the sun rays were about to fall on his face, Ruan's mama would wake him up. Now, I'm sure all of us have these childhood memories of our parents waking us up, right? And it's usually a very nice way in which parents wake up their children, very loving and warm, right? Yeah? Unless you're getting really late for school, because then that changes. But usually it's nice and warm, and they say, good morning, wake up, rise and shine, that kind of thing. But Ruan's mother, she had this strange way of waking him up. She would literally scream into his ears, "You're so lazy, you drive me crazy, you drive me crazy, you're so lazy." These were the strange words with which Ruan's mama woke him up every morning. Imagine, the poor boy would quickly get up. He would run off to the back of the house, freshen up, come outside. There was an axe kept right next to his bed. Ruan would pick up the axe and he would walk off into the forest, because that's what his mama wanted him to do. Go into the forest every morning, chop some wood, bring it home so she could cook a meal for the two of them. Now, this morning, like every other morning, Ruan's mama woke him up in a strange way. Poor Ruan woke up, picked up his axe, and went off into the forest. Between the trees he walked until Ruan came to a tall, thin tree. It was the tallest, the thinnest tree that Ruan had ever seen, and it looked just perfect for chopping. So very excitedly, Ruan raised his axe high up in the air. Okay? And as he was about to bring it down on the tree, he heard another song. "Don't cut me, I'm a magic tree. I'm a magic tree, Ruan. Don't cut me." A magic tree that could sing? And it even knew his name? Well, Ruan was shocked. He was surprised. He was curious. He looked at this tree and said, "Oh, why shouldn't I cut you? My mama is waiting at home for the firewood. I need to get it to her quick, or she gets very angry." And the tree said, "Oh, Ruan, don't worry. I'll give you something even better. Something that will make your mama very happy." And as the tree said this, there was a sudden blinding flash of light. And in front of Ruan's eyes appeared meh, 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 a goat. "A goat?" said Ruan. "My mama is not going to be happy with a goat. We already have 2 goats back at home. We don't need a third." And the tree said, "Wait, Ruan, you haven't seen the magic yet. Tickle the goat's beard and you will see the magic." And so Ruan tickled the goat's beard. Can you show me how you might have done it? Like this? Yeah. And the goat said, "Meh, meh, meh." and out of its mouth popped not one, not two, but 3 gold coins. Ah, said Ruan. Do you think his mama is going to be happy with this goat now? Yes, for sure. So very excitedly, Ruan took the goat. There was a rope tied around its neck. So he took the rope gently in his hand and led the goat away out of the forest and into the village. But just as he was about to reach the village, something happened. Ruan met his friend, his best friend. And the friend looked at the goat and said, "Hey, this is not one of your goats. Where did you find it?" And very excitedly, Ruan told him the whole story. Is that so? Said the friend. That's great news. We must celebrate. Okay? And the friend invited Ruan home to celebrate. Very innocently, Bechara Ruan, he followed the friend to his house. The friend fed him a delicious meal. So much that Ruan felt sleepy. He lay down on the floor, went off to sleep, and you can all imagine, smart people you are, you can imagine what the friend did next, right? Yeah. As soon as Ruan fell asleep, the friend untied the goat, took it inside, ran off to the market, got another goat, tied it in its place. And when Ruan took this goat home to his mama, again you can imagine what happened there, right? His mother kept tickling and scratching at the goat's beard, and the goat kept saying, "Meh, meh." But did anything pop out of its mouth? Of course not. The second day, when Ruan's mama woke him up, she was breathing fire into his ears. Poor Ruan quickly got up. He got the axe. He ran off into the forest between the trees. He came to the tall, thin tree. Once again, the tree sang its song, and once again, there was a blinding flash of light. In front of Ruan's eyes, this time, there was a pot. A pot, said Ruan. What am I going to do with a pot? There are so many of them at home. And the tree said, "Wait, Ruan, you need to blow a kiss to the pot and see what happens." And the moment Ruan blew the kiss, the pot began to simmer and bubble up the most delicious stew that Ruan had ever smelled. Now do you think his mama is going to be happy with this pot? For sure. So Ruan picked up the pot and he ran back home. But once again, at his doorstep, he met his friend. Once again, the friend took him home, exchanged the pots, and Ruan took an ordinary pot back to his house. Once again, you can imagine the scene at home. His mother kept blowing kiss after kiss after kiss, but nothing happened. The third day, Ruan didn't wait to be woken up by his mother. As soon as the sun began to rise, he quickly got up, picked up the axe, ran into the forest between the trees. This time, when the tree sang its song, Ruan said, "Hey, wait a minute. I'm not trusting you anymore. Your magic does not work outside this forest." And the tree said, "Oh, really? What do you mean? Tell me." And Ruan told the tree the story, what had happened. And the tree said, now I know what you need. This time, when there was a blinding flash of light, from the topmost branch of the tree, right on Ruan's head fell this stick. "A stick," said Ruan. "What am I going to do with a stick?" And the tree said, "Wait, Ruan, this is a magic stick. If you are not sure about someone, you want to test them, you want to see what they deserve, you give this stick to that person and he or she will get what they deserve. All you need to do is say the 3 magic words, boom, shaka boom." What do you need to say? Now really, Ruan was in no mood to listen to the tree, but this was so intriguing, right? A magic stick that gives people what they deserve? Ruan was too curious. He just couldn't say no. And so without thinking too much, he took the stick and he ran out of the forest. Once again, right at his doorstep was waiting his friend. This time, the friend didn't wait to be told the story. He saw the stick in Ruan's hand and he grabbed it from him. And he held the stick up like this and looked at it this way and that way and this way and that way. And as he saw his friend doing that, a thought popped into Ruan's head. What does my friend deserve? He thought to himself. Should I find out? Yes, why not? And as the friend held the stick, Ruan said the magic words, boom shaka boom. And as soon as he did that, the stick flew out of his friend's hand, up into the air. It circled around his friend 3 times. And then it came down and began to beat up his friend, black and blue, black and blue. And the friend began to scream and he said, "Oh, Ruan, please make the stick stop. I promise I'll return your magic goat and I'll return your magic pot that I stole from you. But please make it stop." "Aha," said Ruan. "Is that why you got this beating from the stick? That's what you did to deserve it, is it? Okay then." Ruan said the magic words again. The stick stopped. It came back to him. The friend went home. He got the magic goat, the magic pot, and Ruan took all the 3 things home to his mama. Of course, his mother was very happy because now when she tickled the goat's beard, meh, meh, out popped 3 gold coins. And now when she blew a kiss, the pot began to cook the most delicious stew. And oh, she was very pleased. But then his mother's eyes fell on the stick in Ruan's hand. Okay? And his mother was curious too. She grabbed the stick from Ruan's hand and she held it up like this and looked at it this way and that way. And as Ruan saw his mother doing all of this, he couldn't help but think, what does my mother deserve? Should I find out? Should he? What do you think? How many of you say yes? Yeah? Really? It's his mother. You want him to find out? Yeah? How many of you say no? No? Okay, no? No? Okay. But you know what? Human beings are too curious. Ruan couldn't help but say the magic words. Boom, shaka boom. And as soon as he said that, the stick flew out of his mother's hand, high up in the air. It circled around his mother 3 times. And then Ruan quickly said the magic words again. Boom, shaka boom, the stick returned to his hand. And he decided he didn't want to find out after all. It was his mother, you see, and he loved her. Yeah? So Ruan kept the stick back in the cupboard. Maybe he'll use it some other day. But they used the goat and the magic pot. And mother and son were now very comfortable, very happy. Never again did the mother wake up Ruan with her strange song in the morning. In fact, they had so much food, so much money, that they shared what they had. Ruan was so kind that he shared what he had with everybody in the village, until everybody in the village was equally rich and well-fed and happy and comfortable. Okay? Except for one person. Can you guess who? The friend, the best friend. And one day, walking through the forest, Ruan came across this best friend. And he saw his clothes were torn and old, tattered. It looked as if he hadn't eaten a good meal in days, and the friend looked really sad. And once again, Ruan wondered to himself, what should I do? Should I share my good fortune with my friend? Should I? Yes? How many of you say yes? Yeah? And how many of you say no? No? Okay. So I will leave the story open-ended here because you can make your choice what you would like to do, right? Each one of you can choose what Ruan should do next, right? And that was the story. Now the next question. Did you like the story, by the way? Okay. So that actually breaks the myth that stories are only for children. That's not true. Everybody loves a good story, right? Now we're going to connect the dots. So this is your task now. I said that this story spoke to me about inner peace, right? Can anyone connect the dots and tell me why you might think this story is about inner peace? Yes.
Because he did welfare for the whole village, it brought him like self-satisfaction.
Mhm.
That gives him good for people, and that made him sleep well.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. So he shared his good fortune and everybody was happy, which made him happy too. Lovely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ubuntu in action. Everybody together, we are one. Sure. Anything else? Yes.
Decided not to upset himself, trying to know what his mother deserved.
Yeah, some things are better not found out, right? You're better off not going somewhere. That's so true. It gives you peace of mind not to know. Yeah, see, so many layers. Yes, ma'am. He made his mother happy, and that could also give him inner peace. No more screaming in the morning. Why not? Yes.
I think here it was outer peace, global peace, and then inner peace because
Uh-huh.
he made his mother happy, which
Mhm.
in turn got him results which made his community happy.
Mhm.
And in my version of the ending, I would interpret him as helping his friend too.
Hmm.
And then I feel like that would give him the most inner peace.
Inner peace. Forgiveness. Yeah? So when you are angry with someone and that wound keeps festering, it actually hurts you more than the other person. When you choose to forgive, it actually heals you. So true. Lovely.
The kind of person he is,
Yes.
he wouldn't feel happy within himself unless a friend was happy.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Here's one more thought. Can I have that stick, please? Okay. This stick here, which beat up people who deserved a good beating, can we think of this as a metaphor? What if it's not a real stick?
Divine justice.
Divine justice. What happens when we do something wrong, say we hurt someone, we cheat someone, and nobody finds out? Nobody ever finds out. A guilty conscience. It's a stick within that beats you up, right? Yeah, so that is the metaphor that came to my mind when I thought of this story. That within, there is this magic stick in all of us, which kind of beats us up when we know we have done something wrong. Anything else you would like to share? Yes. Sorry, can you please? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Lovely. So the magic within us can also. Yes, 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 yes. Lovely. Lovely thought. Thank you.
And I think also retaining a sense of wonder and awe
Mhm.
and trusting, like there was no reason for him to trust
Hmm.
actually,
Hmm.
in the first place.
Yeah.
Cricket talk. I mean, I don't believe this.
Yes.
So then he would have got nothing. But in life, we do need to trust, and sometimes we may get a knock on the head.
Yeah.
But even that is better than not trusting.
Yes, trust, try, be open to new experiences. Absolutely. Lovely. See, so much that you could unpack from a simple story. On the surface of it, this story I have told to preschoolers. Okay? And they love listening to this story. And it's hilarious the way when the stick is about to beat up the mother, the reactions that I get from children, it's hilarious. Okay? So this story works on so many levels. I tell it to little ones, they get it. And then here we are more mature audiences and we could unpack so much. Thank you so much. That's all I really wanted to share today.
Thank you, Devki. Wasn't that enchanting? Something so simple, and we can make it so effective. So storytelling, even I'm a storyteller, as you know, but I don't have the time anymore for professional storytelling, much as I love it. But it's a very, very powerful medium of working. And we human beings are meaning-making creatures. So you don't have to be called a storyteller. We are all born storytellers. You know what she did? And if you stop there, you know what she did? Hey, come on, what did she do? We all want to know the beginning, the middle, and the end. Because by nature, we sapiens are meaning-making creatures. Storytelling works, as Devki rightly said, brilliantly at all levels. And at one point, I was asked to do management, teaching management principles through Shakespeare. Storytelling, isn't it? As simple as that. Thank you so much, Devki. Thank you. A small token from us. Beautiful story.
Thank you.
So well narrated. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we have the final amazing artist, and I've seen him in action as well. I leave it to him now. He's already glaring at me.
My God. All right. So, friends, we are going to end this session on a note of joy. In this season of peace, we hope to end with peace and joy. And it's only befitting that we started with movement. We're going to end with movement. Words cannot do justice to this artist. His language is wordlessness, and I respect him for that. A very warm welcome to Kunal and Lakshmi Motling. We are grateful that you're with us today.
How do you all feel? So life is beautiful and we all are beautiful humans. So for me, peace is doing. That's it. So my best friend is peace. Yeah. He's my one of bestest friend. And the second best friend is lazy. Yeah. Am I right or wrong? Wrong? Yes, you are right. So I choose peace. No anger. Yeah, sometimes it happens, but I try to control my inner doing, inner self. So in mime, we connect mentally and physically. Then we are in the moment, being in the moment. So in around 17 years, I'm practicing mime. Okay. So आप लोगों ने ये देखा, it's called a space object. Okay. So we use space and we create objects. And we connect space. Empty space. Where are we traveling? In the space. Where? In the space, no? The vast, beautiful space. So we use space as our object. Mobile? Who?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a call.
How do you all feel now?
out of it or remain in it is in our hands.
True. Absolutely. No one will come to help you. We have to survive alone, but with other humans, with other animals, with space, with time, with purpose, with hope. Lot of things is there. No? But there is one problem. Conflict and anger. And sometimes so my basic purpose or funda is I look my needs. I don't look at want. There is 2 points, need or want. So choose accordingly and choose wisely. Otherwise, yeah. Do you have any questions?
For both Devki and for Kunal, if there are questions.
How did you manage to keep the balloon so static?
Practice. Practice.
You push with one hand and push from the other.
No. Wait, I'll show you. It's called fixed point exercise. Fixed point exercise. Just fix your point and move. It's very simple. Very simple. All because of practice.
I'm just thinking now, we have children with autism and they have this body regulation issues. So, do you think that this is kind of therapy and operation therapy? I'm not talking about that. So, just something to just
Kunal works with them. I think we should
Yes.
read out the bio because that makes sense. Kunal works with them.
True. And control.
Friends, there was a deliberate reason why I did not read out his introductory note. Kunal is not a man who loves words very much. Okay? He's a very reticent person. If you ask him to speak, he's very reluctant about it. The only time he will get to speak, or he was willing to speak, is if you ask him to talk about his life journey and about mine. What looks so effortless has come after almost 15 plus years of practice. He said 17. If at some point, if at some point in life he ever shares his journey as to how he's reached where he has, we'd be humbled and amazed. He's dedicated his life to reach where he has. As far as his work is concerned, he's done a lot of very impressive work. Ma'am already said he's an international artist. Why haven't you introduced him? He is. His skill, I don't think, is in question. We all saw how skilled he is, and we are so amazed by how well he manages to convey without words. But there are certain things about Kunal that you get to know only when you know him as a person. And those are the things I want to share about him. Not the fact that he's worked for the National School of Drama, he's worked with Mr. Anupam Kher, actor prepares, very nice. These are all very impressive. But in keeping with the GTPS seminar of peace and in keeping with the GTPS theme of connection, Kunal's mission in life is to work with children who are differently abled, special children, and underprivileged children. He does a lot of work to bring this art form to them. He trains children. He willingly and happily goes to school. And that's the reason I said, if there is one word I can think of which is synonymous with Kunal, it is joy. This man considers joy to be his mission of life. Every session that he does, he ends with this: you must be happy. You must have love in your heart. Thank you so very much. I think ma'am wants to say something.
I just want to add a word or two here. Joy is intrinsic to us. It's part of human nature. Children are joyful, except when they're hungry or they're poopy. They are joyful. And what can you do, even if you're a grumpy puss and you're walking down the aisle and a little baby says, hi, and you'll forget that and you'll quickly say, at least this much. We love, peace, and joy are our essence. They are not external to us. But we have this amazingly distorted concept of love, saying we fall in love, we fall out of love. We make love into an emotion, which it is not. It is in our body cells. Love is in our body cells. So I think we are born to a state of joy. And when you work with children using storytelling and mime, you're bringing out the child in them and you're bringing out the child in you. And amazing lateral ways of thinking then open up. So I think that's why it's extremely useful that we take all these art forms seriously. No art form is inferior or superior, but if we just understand that and try and see, okay, every lesson can't bring in all of that, but in this lesson I can bring in a little of this, in that I can bring in a little of that. And you will never have a class which is bored. Am I right, students? The students are over here. Am I right? Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? You want to go home? I thought you'd want to stay here a little longer. Yes? Yes, Deborah. Deborah, we need to have you talk in the mic.
I really want to thank you and ma'am as well for your session. It was absolutely beautiful to see how your actions can spark joy and peace in someone else. And something you showed and I resonated with is the only moment in all of your searching and hunting is where you were calm and at peace with yourself is when you found an escape, and that is when you were able to come out. And that is so true of us, that we keep searching and hunting and looking for ways to fulfill ourselves and fulfill others and do something. And you look everywhere, you open every box, you turn every stone. But when you are at peace within yourself, there's a world that's opened up. And I really loved how you brought that out. Thank you so much.
Hello.
I just want to say this was the first mime performance I've watched, and I'm absolutely in awe of you and everything you just did. And especially the part with the masks, where I think it was the mask, that's how I interpreted it, where you brought in each emotion and how it changed, like the way you felt at that moment. It was incredible. But I also want to ask you, there was a part that I have been thinking about. You tugged at a rope and then you put it around something and you tried to pull it, but it didn't come down. So what exactly did that symbolize for you? If it did. Efforts, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So no matter how many efforts you do make, there's still a point that just that won't bring you peace, right? Okay, yeah, that means a lot. Thank you.
And if you go on trying when you are disturbed within, it can't work. Therefore, his mask of peace and happiness, that is in the state of problem solving. That is when the solutions come. Anyone else? Yes, Titiksha.
So I was privileged to have Kumi ma'am in our college, and I remember her teaching us about shadowing and how we put on masks to fit in the society. So the part when the masks came in, it reminded me of that because it was a little back then when we had it, and between that I realized that there were multiple masks that I have put on to fit into the professional world, and it reminded me that it's time I let go of that masks and be who I am. So I am really grateful for this because it reminded me to be me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. He wants to fit into the same frame. Okay, so I hope you had another after that, the last session is very, very, very important. From 2:15 to 3, we are going to then discuss how to take this forward. You teachers will have to tell us how we can take this to schools. Students will have to tell us how to enthuse more students. If you can get together, there are several students here, college and school, then we'd be very grateful if you come with those ideas and we'll brainstorm. Right? So, bye.